Warm greetings from the high 10. It's Everyday Shenanigans, and thanks for joining me. Happy spring to all of you. Good morning to everybody joining me. Hello, beautiful chaos. Yes, the queen is up very early. I meant to go live last night, but I was too exhausted, so I decided to sleep in, go in early, and wake up early to bring you this set information. On June 15th, 2021, a little girl by the name of Summer Wells went missing out of Rodersville, Tennessee. And thereafter came a storm of gossip, lies, speculations, unicorns, flying saucers, machines that resemble ambulance chasers, people who have nothing to do with the storyline, people who knew of the child brought forth commentary that you could either believe or not believe. Fast forward 9 months later, it is a case built on fables, clout chasers, posers, painted pigs, lizards, people who have nothing to do with the story, people who pretend to care about the child and her whereabouts, but they have no idea what they're talking about. It is very disrespectful to make up lies about anybody, whether they're alive or deceased or missing. It is wrong to chase in behind family members, associates, people who you think are affiliated with a case when your intentions are not genuine and not noble. The commentary that I'm going to play for you is of other networks in the YouTube queue, and it is pertaining to allegations, innuendos, and opinions of the said people. Let me make this clear what I'm trying to say, and I think most of you who know me know I don't beat around the bush. A lot of you are vile because you are not genuine. You're making up stuff that has nothing to do with the disappearance of Summer Wells. You have no idea where she is, and you don't know what happened to her. You have a perception, but a perception told as fact, it's not the truth. It's a lie. And it's wrong. Because if you were not there on June 15th, June 14th, then you cannot say what happened to her. We are all entitled to our opinion of what we think happened. But when you start making up wild accusations, you're out of line. Making up stuff that you don't even have a receipt to even say that it happened. And I'm going to play commentary to that fact. That it's time for it to stop. 9 months in, when are you people going to stop? Some of you are so disrespectful. Yeah, I'm calling your ass out this evening because I'm tired. You're making up stuff, making videos up about nothing that you don't have any information to. And it's sad. I'm going to play several videos that are in the YouTube queue with a source. And then I will play the video of Allie and the said Messy Boots interviewing she and her family. So the people that you will hear speaking interchangeably, talking over one another, where you can barely understand who's saying what, are some busy Messy Boots. Allie, her grandmother, her mother, and another woman in the background that you don't hear very much from. Feel free to go in the queue to get the said information. Thank you for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans. The link is at the top of the page. Hello, everybody. The link is at the top of the page. Feel free to hit the link once I play the video or the audio of their conversation. It's like 40 minutes long. I'm going to interchange into the video because it's too long to just play directly. So I'll play so much of it, then I'll pause it to get feedback from the chat or anyone that wants to hit the link to give their opinion about what was said. And then I'll let you say what you have to say. And then I'll go on in and play the rest of the audio. Thank you for joining me. Hello, Dirty Laundry. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Lord have mercy. It's like a nightmare. It's a nightmare. First, we're going to start off with anonymous true crime. They're going to play bits and pieces of a certain person who has something, they act like they have something they want to say or divulge pertaining to Candace and Don. I don't believe a word of anything, but you're entitled to your opinion. Here we go.
Seems Candace has made a brand new best friend. She has been talking via phone, text, and in her new friend's YouTube channel. The puppeteer Benny Keys appears struggling with being dumped. Seems Benny won't be going to Tennessee as he promised. Another promise looks to be broken. Candace seems to be enjoying being the center of attention and was happy to confirm and disprove rumors in her new friend's chat. One question asked was if Candace had near $100,000 in her bank account. Her answer. Candace even agreed to meet her new friend Ernie in person and share important information. Only if he didn't wear a wire or tape her via phone. We certainly hope the information Candace felt so important was in regard to her daughter Summer, not some rubbish information on Benny. Benny later appeared on his smaller backup channel, promising that he will be releasing information on YouTube that he holds within the next few days. He claims he has been in contact with law enforcement just prior to their last search for Summer. He alleges he has given police the information he feels is important in Summer's case. Let's listen.
I'm bringing it out. I'm bringing some stuff out, man. Yeah, man. It's gonna give some context. You got my books? You got my suit? What you got on my suit? Yeah, I'm gonna bring some information out.
So it appears the friendship is dead between Candace and Benny will now go on to stage 2, his usual revenge campaign. In all this we again have heard no pleading for Summer. Summer is still missing. We must believe justice is coming for Summer and the bastards responsible will face the full force of the law. Like, share, bell, follow.
Anonymous true crime. That's my first source. Hello, Dirty Laundry. How are you doing?
Good morning. How you doing?
Fine. How much time do you have this morning, ma'am?
Probably about an hour.
Okay, I'm gonna play the second video, and if you want to give your opinion, and then I'll let you, because you don't have a lot of time. So
okay, I'll just let you know I've watched them, and I'm not paying attention to the alley thing.
I can't hear you, sweetie. What'd you say, darling?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, play it. I'm listening.
You're fading out, babe.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, play it. I'm listening.
Okay, the first source was Anonymous True Crime. The second source is Anonymous True Crime. Please go in the queue if you want the said information. This is video number 2. Thank you all for joining me.
Welcome to Anonymous True Crime. This is a quick tidbit of info. Benny has gone bang bang and dropped a bag of his recorded phone data with Candace. Seems when backed in a corner, Benny folds. All the prior red flags we raised in our prior videos have been addressed. Camera access and Don's phone downloading. Seems Benny has been very busy taping his once friends. A lot of this caught our radar weeks ago, and we are pleased to share these interesting online developments. We ask you to please always keep in mind the true keepers of truth are law enforcement. We never attempt to know more, only share online updates for those invested in finding Miss Summer Wells. With that, we ask for your opinion on this question and Candace's response. We find it certainly interesting.
That's what I'm saying. So
Seems convenient Mr. Benny drops this now, not weeks ago. As we said prior, we will trust Herr Lieber for some fool chasing reward money, cough, cough, blood money. Like, share, bell, follow.
Anonymous True Crime for source number 2. Good morning, Dirty Laundry.
Good morning.
What I'm playing today is a bunch of bull. I don't know what he is up to, BK. I don't know what's going on between Candace, Dawn. Rumors, speculating that perhaps they've fallen out. So maybe this is his way of trying to get back at her, to act like he has something to reveal to the public. But right now I'm in a state where I'm just annoyed as hell with every other day there's something coming out. Then we have this other person who was on the ground months ago, and now they're dropping little tidbits of a video. I'm going to also play that here in a minute, pertaining to the Bernard family and perhaps one of them having some involvement with Summer. My thing is you don't have any business directly saying anything to these people if you don't have a receipt that they have anything to do with the child's disappearance. Then they went on to make another video pertaining to the man's wife, Miss Bernard. And I think it's very disrespectful because you're going into somebody's Facebook post trying to dissect something that they said pertaining to days after the child went missing. If the person is saying that they couldn't sleep, maybe it's because they are worried about the child. But to insinuate, oh, well, what do you think? Could it be perhaps they know something? They don't have to know anything just because they live across the street. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They said her grandchildren play with the children. So could it just be she's, curious, wondering where the child is? Her children knew the children. Her grandchildren knew the children. But see, I don't like tying in things that you don't have a receipt to. There are a lot of people who are neighbors with these people, okay? Just like anybody who's claimed to have a missing person in their life. You can't start throwing daggers at the neighbors and everybody that knew them as if they know something.
Well, see, there's a rule of thumb, and I don't even know what it's called, but when you're investigating something, and I don't know professionally because my son's a cop, but I'm not a cop. I'm just a maid. But when you follow a path, you get your receipt. You don't step more than one step off that path. They're taking 5 steps off the path.
Yes.
You have to prove everything along the way. Like when the video this morning, everything had to be documented. I've been working on that video since August because the campers wouldn't match. The windows wouldn't match. The decals wouldn't match. And I couldn't go another step further until I could see the inside of that camper. It's all about paying attention to what you're doing and focusing. These people are worried about who's up everybody else's skirt or who's going to make some money or who's going to make a video. It's all about picking a path and following it correctly and just keeping your mouth shut.
But to me, the people are not genuine. First of all, they're not detectives. They're not investigative reporters. They don't have any, what I'm trying to say, accolades to say, yes, this is what I do for a living. This is my badge to prove this is what I do. You're just random people messing around in grown people's lives. It doesn't matter what I think these people did or did not do. Let me make that clear. The point being is you have to know your role. And being a random civilian, just stalking people, going in people's, to their homes, their neighbors' homes, driveways. You're running around the city asking all types of questions, which is, normal for some, I guess, and not normal for others. But you have to know your place because you can get yourself hurt just asking the wrong person something. You don't know what somebody's going to go back and tell somebody. Yeah, hey, I had this guy pull up in a blue car asking questions about you. You don't know the mindset of these people. You're just assuming there's some dumbass hicks out of the holler, but you don't know how far it can go. There are many people right now dead and missing because they were meddling in shit that didn't concern them. They went asking the wrong people stuff. They ratted on somebody. They went to the feds. They went to you understand what I'm saying? There are people right now dead because they were rambling in things that did not concern them. It's very disturbing to me that all these random ass YouTubers just took it upon themselves to just start meddling and running around, like chickens with their heads cut off, asking stuff, and then you're insinuating things to where you're roping people into a crime that you don't even have a receipt that they're even involved.
It's separating the wheat from the chaff. There's going to be certain channels that follow Summer and worry about Summer and focus on Summer.
Yeah.
There'll be certain channels, it's just a circus, and there's nothing we can do about it.
No.
People, as long as people are tuning in, they will show up. If
Yeah.
people stop tuning in, they
And that's
won't
the
come
thing.
back.
And that's a valid point. That so long as you're right, they upload the video, you tune in, you pass it along to Pookie Ray Ray, then you go jump in somebody's chat and say, "Did you see what they said? Did you see what they said?" But I let them know I don't chase ambulances.
Until it
Understand?
filters down to the little channels that do the snippets, I don't even worry about it. If it's something I need to follow up on, I know
Yeah, I
where it's
understand what
at.
you're saying. I understand what you're
I'm
saying.
not spending those 3, 4, 5 hours listening to that bullshit.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. It's time consuming when it's nothing, and that's
And
what
you're
happens.
paying them when you tune in.
And
That's
that's what I
money
tell
in their
people.
pocket.
But that's what I tell people. When you start going windedly into everything, it takes up your time for one, especially when they're long lives. It takes time. So now you got to sit there and try to go through all that stuff, and you might miss something trying to, you know what I mean, scroll through
Exactly.
the
It takes
content.
away from the facts. It takes away from the real
Yeah.
case.
Yeah. Well, I'm playing this because it's sad to me when you start implicating other people that you don't know have anything to do with a story.
Yes, they've overstepped their
Yeah.
boundaries way too
Because
many times.
just because some elderly woman decided to post something 3 years later, that's her choice. That's her choice. That's her Facebook page. If she doesn't want to post anything every day, there are a lot of people who don't post things every day. Everybody's not, as we call it, fame whores, where they have to post pics every day. You know, post a pic of their, frosted flakes.
Their puppy.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Their
yeah,
dog.
the dog. Yeah, the baby took a bath today.
Shut up, Melanie.
But there's just people who are like that. They don't post. So to me, it's not incriminating because somebody didn't post regularly on their Facebook page. That is their choice. You see, that's the whole thing. You don't know them.
That's right.
You don't know them. You're assuming something, or you're lightly poking at something to say, well, could it be this? And I think it's very derogatory, and it's sad to me. It's very sad to me. Now, like I said, everybody has their opinion to in agreement or not agreement of these people going down there, trying to get information. But my thing is, what did you get? What did you get that was information, or what did you get that was relevant to the child? Did you get any leads to where the child is? No. Do you know where the child is? No. Do you know who did what to the child? No.
She's either being held somewhere or she's in the ground cold somewhere, and these people are dancing all over her. It's ridiculous, and I'm sorry, but I've been busting butt since August on this channel, and I'm happy with my channel subscribers, but it's depressing when I see somebody else pop on there and get 10,000, 12,000
and I see that
overnight,
and I see
because
that
she has this cache of baby pictures that she can slap up there and then be drunk the rest of the time and not have to work on it like I do. But that's okay.
But
Things
that's
will
what's
work
going
out.
on. That's what's going on there. When you really look at the channels and you look at the views, when you see somebody jump from 800 views to 25,000, you realize why they got the views.
Yeah. Sex sells. Dirt sells.
She said.
Yeah, I don't do the dirty stuff and it doesn't sell, but that's okay. The subscribers have it solid.
That's true. That's true.
They're not going to flake out on me and leave.
And I'm just a realist. I don't care for all the extra stuff. I can be dramatic at times during the lives, or high strung, however you want to word it. But my thing is, this is a child, and I think a lot of people are not realizing that we're talking about a human being. When you remove all the fluff, the innuendos, the ambulance chasing, it's a child missing.
Exactly. I want to know inside of her house. I want to know where she slept. I want to know about her clothes. I want to know about the camper. I want to know about the property. I want to know about the sheds. I want to know about the inside and outside of the first 4 people that she came in contact with that day. There's so many things that people are skipping over to try to get to the fun stuff. But the dirty part, the septic tanks, things like that, you got to dig. It's the answers are there. Chris McDonough said it himself. I don't know if she ever even left the property.
Well, then, and see what I say to things like that. When you open that Pandora's box, I always say, then you have to go to the people who spoke, which would be Allie and H. Then that means that they're lying.
I think they're both hiding a lot of stuff because
they could be.
Went through some crap.
They could be, because this is what I said pertaining to that situation with the boy. we don't really know what happened that day. But when I listened to the interview that I'm going to play here in a minute with all of them standing around outside, one would believe that possibly he did go with them, with Candace and the child that day, ran around with them, and she did bring him back to his house. I do believe she brought him back to the house, because just the way the flow of the conversation, it sounded like he did make it home. I don't think he went to 110, because you got to count the window and the timeline. And when the mother says, well, about 2:30 he was home, you're talking about a short window of trying to dump a child and then play the role that she went missing. And one thing about that storyline is the obvious. Candace is never given a time of when she made it home, when she looked, called, and had somebody not went and dug up the dispatch call. Never known that she called at 6:27.
Mm-hmm.
And that's puzzling to me, because when you spin a story, you would say, I got up at this time. I went here around this time. I pulled up about 3 o'clock, 3:15. See where I'm going?
Yeah, and you see how they craft the story around the facts as they come out. Like when
Yes, I
it
noticed
came
that.
out
That's why I know she's lying. That's why I know
the
she's
camper
lying.
has no water. And when that fact came out, Don suddenly added in, they washed their hands on the back of the truck with a gallon of water that day. That popped up afterwards. Before,
But I
everybody
never
was
heard
saying,
of that.
yeah,
I
she
never
washed
heard
her
that.
hands and got a piece of candy.
Yes,
But
I never
Don
heard
went
that.
right back in there and fixed everything after the fact. So, yeah, they're building the
Yeah, I
story
never heard
around the facts.
Well, see, that's why I know Candace watched social media, because when she talked to the news lady, when she and Don were sitting outside the house and they did that interview, their first interview, when she made the comment, I don't walk anywhere. Why would you mention that when the story isn't about you? The story is about your little girl. So to me, it seems like you would have said, my child wouldn't go walk, wander anywhere. See where I'm going?
Or we don't take walks around here. It's really scary or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
but she put
doesn't talk
herself
like a
into it.
mother.
But
She
see, she
talks
put
like a
herself there.
frustrated babysitter.
Yeah, but see, she put herself in the storyline, which told me she knows that people heard the dispatch call. See where I'm going? That's where I'm going with that.
Yeah,
You had to
building it
know that
around the facts.
right. Because if I'm spinning a story about my child missing, I'm not going to say I don't walk anywhere, because I am not the story. Summer is the story. So like to me, she would have said, Summer doesn't walk anywhere. She knows better to go over here, to wander here because it's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. She said, I. And the first thing I thought was, oh, she's heard about the 911 call. She knows about that.
Day 5, oh, she's dead. Don't worry about it. She's gone forever. And then now, 6 months later, they're passing around pictures of her in wigs. Be on the
Very
lookout for her.
disrespectful. I hate that.
I mean, they've changed her story. Whatever works.
Taking it to a whole new level. Well, what do you think about this so-called friend of theirs now acting like he has information to reveal to the public, which I don't think it's anything, frankly.
Which one?
The one out west.
I need a name.
I don't mention names on my channels.
Oh, okay. Well, then I don't know. I'm not up on that one yet.
Well, the content I just played you is of him acting like he has something to release to the public about a Tim and Candace, like they know something.
Oh no, I hadn't heard anything about that yet. I haven't been online 10 hours.
Well, that's what's been uploaded here as of late, under 24 hours.
I'll have to check it out. I'll Google it.
Yeah, because that's what I was playing. Information about Tim. I guess BK is acting as if Candace and Tim know something. He hit a telephone of Don's. I thought I had played that. Maybe I did. Maybe that was not one of the videos that was played. But that's also come out allegedly that Tim hit a phone. He gave the jacket to Candace, but he didn't have the cell phone allegedly, and he waited a couple weeks before. And then it's alleging that Candace has said that he's been doing some grimy SHIT, blah blah blah. So
when you say Tim, are you talking about the family spokesperson?
Tim Mullins, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've been working on a little something with him.
Mm-hmm. So now we have to ask ourselves, what's truth about that? Not that I care, because I don't believe anything none of these people are saying anyway, but it's what people are always talking about. And naturally somebody will ask me, well, do you know And then I don't have an answer because, like I say, I don't go to those set networks to look for information. I don't have
the
any reason
Mullins
to.
thing, he did this long, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 part thing about how he met Candace and how he met the lady at the church and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I really don't totally buy all that. And
Yeah.
he starts to add in, it starts off factual, but it starts to be a little more weird the whole, as it goes
Well,
along.
I think it's like everybody else that's decided to play a part in the storyline. Some things they're saying is probably truthful, and then the rest is just
Embellishment.
fabricated. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For attention. And
they
then,
got the fever. I mean, it went from one channel, now they're up to 3 or 4 channels, all of them. So
yes,
they got the fever.
And that's what it is. It's just a circle, to me, a circle of lies. Just one person coming forward to pretend to help. The next thing you know, they're asking for help. They've got a YouTube channel. So it's kind of like, you can't say that you're genuine because you went from this to this. You know what I mean? It's kind of like playing in a baby pool to jumping in the river.
Mm-hmm.
They don't mix. And it's sad.
Keep funding it. People keep sending money. People keep praising her. Yay for you, Candace. And she can barely sit up in the chair. We were laughing about it the other day. She had to duct tape herself in a chair to get on camera for a while.
Yeah.
She's so messed up, telling everybody that she's off of alcohol. So yeah. I don't know where.
I couldn't even understand her just now in this audio that I played. I really couldn't understand the words she was saying to BK when they were talking about the search and the people coming because you get off the phone with him or Don or whatever, and then they did a search. That could have just been happenstance. And then she told him, well, I haven't talked to him in 4 days. See, you don't know what's the truth or not, because that's the point. Everybody's giving a version. But my thing with BK is, one, why are you here? Why are you in these people's lives? Why did they stupidly let you in their lives? Why did you have cameras set up at their house? That made no sense to me. I'm a grown man running my household. I don't need somebody else's camera set up at my house. See, all of that stuff to me is just wacko, weirdo shit that don't make no sense.
Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, think about it logically, though.
Yeah, and then another month slips by, and another month slips by, and another month slips by, and that's why LE can make so much fun of social media, because they are idiots and they do embarrass us. And the people that are earnestly trying to work at it, and find some answers, we get laughed out, or we get pushed away, or we get discounted. And it really hurts her and her case.
Well, it does hurt her. It hurts her and everybody involved, and it hurts everything about it, the city, everything, because it gives people, it's just a bad look. And, Ronnie told that in the beginning, naturally, we're going to check all tips because we don't know where something's going to lead. But then, like he said, at some point we realized, okay, this is just people making up stuff, wasting our time. And people don't seem to understand that. You calling in, talking about a dream and a crystal ball. And
oh, my Lord, don't get me started.
Yeah, you laid out your tarot cards and you laid out 2 sticks that turned toward one another. And the dog started barking. So that meant, yes, she's over here. No, over here. Oh, did you check the cemetery? Just wild shit that wouldn't even ever occur to me. So what? There's a cemetery down the street. I got a cemetery down the street.
If it were their child, they wouldn't want to hear all that crap, all that craziness. They would want, give me the facts, give me the facts, give me the facts, give me the facts. And these people, nobody seems to give a damn about the.
Well, I know they don't give a damn because the stuff that they're making up, the stuff that you're making up is just wild, rancid stuff that a normal person wouldn't even think of. Just you're going from sheds to cemetery, yes, septic tank, over here. I tell people, you all don't even think TBI is involved. You don't think they brought dogs, recovery dogs, cadaver dogs, search dogs. That dog's going to hit on a scent. And let me touch on that just from something I was watching the other day. When the dog comes to the house, building, wherever they think the person was last, as it was said in the commentary pertaining to Summer Wells, that dog is going to follow wherever the scent of the person leads, right?
Yes,
that's the dog's job. So if it leads off the driveway, off a trail, then that should tell you something. Then that's where the last place the person was allegedly. If it ain't circling around, going in circles anywhere on the property, that should let you know that that person is not there.
So I don't know anything about the dogs, but I trust the dogs. I trust the dogs, and if they haven't found
I trust the dogs too.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to find unless there's somehow encased underneath in the septic system somewhere. That's the only thing I can think of. But there
But
is
the scent still would stop. But don't you think it's still common sense? The dog still would stop right there. If that's where he thought she was. That's where her scent would last be. Let's just say she was buried in a septic tank, right?
I
Common
think the
sense would
scent
tell
was
you,
all over that property.
right? But I'm just saying, the dog would stop right there.
At first, I don't know, but the second time around, yes, definitely the second time. Because the first time, I don't know if there'd been enough time lapse for the body gases to, to come to the top. So I think that was the reason for the second search,
But
was
let's
to
think
give the
about it. If she
gases
was
a chance
killed
to
right when she
rise.
got home, let's just say she got killed right when she got home. If she made it home, and let's say she was buried on the property, she would have been down there a couple of hours by the time police come and dogs come. You see where I'm going now? She would have been there for hours.
I think there's a grain of truth in the lady that called in and said that they took her off of the property
Okay.
later
Well,
on,
let's
but
talk
I
about
don't know
that.
how much of it is true and how
Let's
much
talk
of
about
it
that.
is in her head. But
Why would she call some
go ahead.
stranger and tell them that, knowing that they would repeat it?
I don't know, but the lady, I listened to the lady, and at first I didn't want to, but I do force myself to listen to some of these, and
Mm-hmm.
she does sound pretty credible.
Mm-hmm.
And she gets really, really upset toward the end of it. I mean, people that making up stories don't go to the trouble to fall apart on camera. But
Mm-hmm.
some of these interviews are being brushed aside, and I'm afraid that's what LE are doing too. They're brushing the interviews aside. No, these people don't count; they lie. But there's always a little bit of truth, and there should be a little bit of fact taken from every one of these interviews and weighed and vetted. And people need to learn how to calm down and let it soak in for a couple of weeks, let it filter out. And a lot of this crap just disappears, but a lot of it does hang in there. And that's been the fact with all these cases. But people they want it right away. They want, drama and craziness, and it's not all drama and
I
crazy.
don't want all this, because I think about a lot of stories that I've seen. Because I meant to tell everybody that Billy Ray Turner, who was convicted yesterday of murdering Lorenzen Wright, former NBA star. So for those who do not know that, because I wanted to bring commentary about that last night, but I was just too sleepy. You don't hear a lot of like what you're hearing here. You're going to hear people speculating when somebody goes missing or whatever, but not to the magnitude of like what you're seeing with this Cal City. And I just think it's so interesting that there's just certain cases where the people just lose their mind with the innuendos and the spaceships and stuff. It's just like, you're just making up stuff. And then they get mad at you because you don't want to ride on what they think happened to somebody. I don't have to.
Well, I hear that the psychics on YouTube are nice people, and they don't come after nobody. They don't attack anybody. They just do what they do, and they stay in their lane. So when somebody says, "Hey, you need to go check out this certain psychic," or "You need to go check," I'm like, I appreciate it, but I'm Christian, and if you're Christian, you follow the rule. You don't mess with divination. You just don't do it. So I'm good to them. I hope that they help too. But in my lane, we don't do that divination. So if somebody leaves a link, I'll politely delete it and thank them anyway. But there's a respectful way to do it. You don't go after people. And somebody told me who you were talking about earlier, and I think the man is a legend in his own mind, and he's got his mommy right there to back him up, and he's got cigarettes to smoke and all the whiskey to drink. But when it comes down to it, he's just another fruitcake in the circus.
Yeah. And it's sad because, as someone said in the chat just now, why are you immersing yourself in these cases with these missing children and getting personally involved with them? I live right here in East Tennessee. I'm 1 hour away from Ben Hill Circle Way. I could easily drive up there and hang out at the driveway, slap my knee around and go live, but I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have any reason to go
you
there.
get more perspective when you're back and you're watching it all on YouTube. You can check out the good, the bad, the ugly, and then you can make up your own mind. But if you're right there in the middle of it, it's a totally different situation if you're face to face with one of these people.
Yeah. But my thing is, why do you want to be face to face? My thing is, why do you want to be face to face? I've talked to several people immersed in stories. It was their family members. And as I've told people, most of it didn't pan out because most of them didn't want to go, on camera to speak. They didn't want to go talk live. The people who did have personal information didn't want to go live. And that's the end of the conversation. I can't force somebody to talk. They have their own reasons for why they don't want to talk. And 9 times out of 10, if it's something personal that they know would, rattle a cage, That's why they don't want to go forward. But then you got these other monkeys. They don't mind jumping out the damn cage. You understand what I'm saying? They don't mind what you think. If you're going to stalk them or beat their heads in, they don't care. Then you got the random civilians, such as these YouTubers and other crazy people that's calling and messing with stuff. They don't mind jumping in the pot. And it's like, you don't have a dog in a race. Why do you want to be a part of a missing person? I don't get it.
Well, they just don't get it, that every single channel on there is different in a certain way, and they all have their good and their bad. And I'm sure there's certain people that don't care for my channel, and that's fine too. But that's just it. You don't want fake subscribers on your channel, because you know they're either watching you for somebody else, or they're going to pick you apart, or they're going to drag your shit somewhere else.
Yeah.
And it's just not clean that way. If I see somebody in on another channel talking something that I really don't care for, then sooner or later I'll just completely move them off.
Well, and that's what I tell the chat. Instead of wasting your time watching the content, then complaining about it, stop watching it.
That's it. If I do something wrong, Angela, on my channel, if I do something wrong and they'll call me out, there's I ain't gonna call nobody's name out. I get in trouble.
You don't have
to. But there's certain people that'll say, you know what, that's wrong, or you got that date wrong, or I don't like the way you put this, or I don't like the music.
Yeah.
Or
well, it's always a complaint. Let me tell you something. That's always a complaint.
They'll call me out, and they do it out of love, because if they didn't love it, if they didn't want to be there, they would just click out and unsubscribe, and I would go down the drain.
Yeah. Well, this is what I've learned about being up here. It doesn't matter if you show yourself, don't show yourself, you curse, don't curse, you play music, don't play music, you don't play anything. There is a complaint as soon as the live button says live. Yeah. There's just some people who are discontent. Soon as they watch, it's always a complaint. And that's something I've learned about being up here.
If you look through your analytics, I don't know if yours is the same way, but I got 86 videos, I think, on Summer. Every single one of them has one thumbs down at least. None of them are 100%. They're all one thumbs down. I'm like, who the hell is going to pick on me before 5 minutes into the video, I got a thumbs down?
Because they don't have a life.
I know, but that hurts my feelings, damn it.
Yeah. And that's what I learned about being up here. Someone told me, you got to have thick skin to do this. For you to be doing that,
I lay in bed every night and cry like a baby. No, I don't.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. But that's what they want people to do. They want you to vent. Just like one person will complain and say you shouldn't vent, but then somebody else will say, yeah, you should vent. If you got a problem with something, you should call it out. But then you have to be careful about what you're calling out to. You got to worry about if you say the wrong name, because if you commit somebody's name, then that brings trouble. People carry the information out the chat. Somebody heard you say something. Oh, they're talking about you, blah, blah, blah. Then here they come. They're putting up a video. But one thing I will say, I speak from myself. I speak from my own personal experiences. I don't like drama starters. I don't like people that start drama, because that's all I've been seeing with a lot of these true crime cases, such as Cow City and this one. There are people who are just here for the making up stuff. And you have gullible people who are following behind anything somebody says. Just like somebody will say, well, her channel isn't drama. Yeah, but maybe she's not telling you the truth. If somebody's spitting out hocus pocus, it doesn't matter if she's not cursing, she's not argumentative. If what she's saying is not the truth, or then it doesn't matter. I just don't follow in behind people just because they say something and they don't seem combative. Then, they must be telling the truth. You can still be spinning a white lie in a very diplomatic fashion.
It's just, there's too many channels on here trying to solve this case, and I got news for
I'm not trying to solve anything. See,
nobody's going to solve this case. Nobody's going to solve it. So if everybody would just calm down and just keep looking at the facts, and putting their commentary on the facts, and leave each other alone. It's like a damn kindergarten. Don't touch that one. Don't look at that one. Don't talk about that one. It's bullshit. That's why I don't do lives.
And I tell people, the problems that I see on YouTube and in the streets in general are problems I didn't have in high school. I wasn't bullied in high school. I didn't bully anybody in high school. I didn't have any problems in high school. I didn't get chased home. I didn't chase anybody home. See where I'm going with that? As soon as you get up here,
was badass. They would just whoop your ass and put you in a trunk till you shut up.
But here, it's like everybody's got a problem with this one and that one, and I'm just telling myself, well, wow, okay. That's why I tell people I'm not true crime. I talk about everything. I talk about entertainment. I talk about life problems, hypothetical situations, because I'm not a one-stop show, and I didn't want to be a one-stop show. I just wanted to talk about anything that floated on my mind that day. So that's not true. So that's not true crime.
Mine was supposed to, the reason for Dirty Laundry, I was supposed to spoof network news. I don't like network news because they tell you how to think, and that's the whole thing. If you listen to the song, it's explanatory. But something happened. I came across her story. I came
Yeah, I
across the
understand.
case, and I haven't been able to let go. And I won't let go until they know what happened to her, and she gets justice, or I kick off whatever happens first.
Okay. Do you want to hear part of the interview with Allie and all of them? Because that was my
Sure, go
last one
ahead.
I wanted to play. Okay, because I didn't know how much time you had. All right, everybody. This is by Jonathan Lee Riches. I'm not in compliance to his content. I'm going to make that clear before I even get started, because a lot of things have been the past two informations about. Well, I didn't even go into. Let me play his. I'm not going to do that one. Let me play this right here. This is some stuff that's come out by him. Hold on one second. The allegations of these Bernard people. This is about George Andy Bernard. I don't know anything about this. Here we go.
Jonathan Lee Riches, aka JLR. Justice for Summer Wells. Justice for Summer Wells. It has now been over 9 months since Summer Wells went missing. She went missing last June 15th, 2021. We are now in March 2022. It's been over 9 months. Where is Summer Wells? Is George Andy Bernard involved with the Summer Wells disappearance? As a lot of you guys already know, George Andy Bernard is a neighbor that lived across the street from Don and Candace Wells on Ben Hill Road. Recently, authorities were searching again for Summer Wells. This time, they were searching about 2 miles away from the Wells home on Field Road and Bell Road. That is, if you go out onto Beach Creek, which is the main road there. If you go out on Beach Creek, coming from Ben Hills, leaving the Wells home, you make a left, go down there about 2 miles away. Right across the street is the Mount Carmel Church, and then there's Fields Road and Bell Road. Authorities were focusing in that area. Andy Bernard, George Andy Bernard's family lives right there in that area on Fields Road. So it's interesting. A lot of people were saying that the day Summer Wells went missing on June 15th, 2021, that George Andy Bernard was there when Don Wells arrived at the end of the day. George Andy Bernard has a prior conviction for having a dwelling, drugs inside a dwelling. I don't know the actual charge, but basically selling drugs out of his home or having drugs inside his home. So he's a shady character. I left him a message about 2 months ago, and I said, "Where is Summer Wells?" On Facebook, I left him a message, and he immediately blocked me. Maybe that's because a lot of people are asking him where Summer Wells is, or is he trying to hide something? Police never said, TBI or Hawkins County Sheriff never said that he's a suspect. Also never, cleared him. If he is a suspect, is he involved? Was he around that day? Did he do something with Don Wells or Candace Bly or Grandis Harrer? Did he dispose of Summer Wells? Did he help and assist in any way, or did he act, on his own? Don Wells has been very adamant saying that meth people and drug people kidnapped Summer. Was it George Andy Bernard? They were recently searching by his family home, Fields Road, Bell Road, Hawkins County, Tennessee, Rogersville. Where's Summer Wells? It's been over 9 months. She needs to be found. You need to end this. Justice for Summer Wells. Still out here looking at the case. I'm still monitoring the case, doing, my part. So if you know any information about the whereabouts of Summer Wells, please contact the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, 1-800-TBI-FIND. Let's bring Summer.
Enough of that. That's one of the videos he uploaded 4 days ago. I have a problem with, so somebody was standing at the end of the driveway with Don. What does that have to do with the child? Okay, they have a drug charge, pilfering drugs, whatever. You have no right to be sending somebody a message in their messenger to ask where a child is when you don't know anything about him. You don't know what his part is in anything. Because if that's the case, you could send that message to everybody that lived on the street.
Well, he got no business being up there in the middle of that search and telling everybody where they're searching anyway. That's what they ask us not to do from
Exactly.
the beginning.
Exactly.
But yet his ratings will go up and yours will stay the same because you're playing by the rules, and that's the way it is on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. But I think
That's why we love
this
you.
is why this is the problem, because stuff like this type of behavior right here is what I don't condone. The meddling and then the putting people into a situation that you don't have no receipt to know what they did, didn't do, said, if they're involved. Anybody can stand outside their driveway or go watch a bunch of police cars, fed cars, because that's normally what people do. They start seeing a bunch of ambulances, this and that. Hell yeah, they come outside and they watch. People do it all the time. They do it in regular neighborhoods. You understand what I'm saying? It's just what people do. They come out.
Yes,
They be
but
nosy.
integrity builds a totally different channel.
I
You've
know
got a
that.
totally different audience than the idiot channels, okay? And these are people that you can talk to or you want to be around, or you'd let them watch their kids. The people on the other channel, which there ain't a soul in that group that I'd ever trust to watch a pet rock. I wouldn't trust them around my kids for anything in the world. They're all nuts. And those babies need to be out of there. But you look at your audience, you look at your chat, they're all
Okay, somebody
respectful.
saying Andy
Great
Bernard is
minds.
Jody Sue's ex-partner.
Another Andy, great.
Okay, well, which one is it? Because it's the title of this video. So this is where I'm confused. It's George Andy. So which is which? Is these are two different people? Because I'm looking at an older man where it says George Bernard on the cover of the video, which looks like an older man. So it's two people he's referring to, George and Andy. Am I getting that correct?
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, because somebody
I'm
in the chat
opening
is
another
saying
window.
32's Brown ex-partner Andy Bernard. Okay, well it says on the video George, then Andy. So I don't know if he's referring to both or just one.
Is this a BK channel?
Huh?
Is this a BK channel?
No, this is Jonathan Lee Richards. This information I just played.
Oh.
Okay, now I'm going to play his second video he decided to upload because he's really on one. This is pertaining to the mother of Andy Bernard, Miss Polly Bernard.
Hey guys.
Hold on one second. Oh, Lord have mercy. I've never seen anything like it.
What is
this? Is AKA JLR. I found something very interesting I would like to share with everyone, and I would like everyone's opinion
Bridget said father and
on
son.
this matter. We got Polly Bernard here, and Polly Bernard, she is the mother of Andy Bernard, who lived across the street from Don and Candace Wells. This is Polly Bernard, the mother of Andy Bernard, and she is married to George Bernard, Andy's father. Lives in Kingsport from Rogersville. Looking at her Facebook profile here, Polly Bernard, and I scrolled down, found something interesting. Right here, she made a post, public post, December 5th, 2018, right here. That's on her profile. The next post she has going up was on June 18th, 2021. A few days after Summer Wells went missing. So it went from December 5th, 2018, and then the next post, public post, June 18th, 2021. She posted a photo of her. Now, if you click on the comments and you scroll down, she said something very interesting here. I'm going crazy. I've been up every night this week till 3:34. That is when I go to bed, not sleep. Bye, I'm getting off of here. People responding to her. She says, I love you, just feeling down tonight. I'm apparently having a pity party. Interesting other comment that she makes, that it's my grandkids live at mom's old house. They are friends with the little girl. Click on here. Somebody commented to her, as a mother, this is breaking our hearts. I can't imagine how your poor grandchildren are hurting. I've been praying for Summer, and I will add you and your grandchildren. This is an interesting post. she couldn't sleep for days. She's been up. Why has she been up 3:34 a.m. every night? Something interesting here. And that was like her first post that she made publicly at that time in 2.5 years. This is Annie Bernard's mom.
Let me stop right there, because let me tell you about those posts. If the page is locked, you only get a few of their posts that pop up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So maybe that's what you're seeing is from the locked page. It's just showing you in the last time they posted 18, 17, 16, whatever. But if you were to go into her actual page, which if you were her friend, you may say she posted yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't know. But I know that when it only shows a few posts, that's because the page is locked.
Well, I mean, what is the big deal about her getting up in the middle of the night? I mean, I get up in the middle. I don't never sleep more than 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody ever wants to go, I was kicked off of Facebook, banned. Thank you very much.
Oh, Lord.
When I had a Facebook for 11 years, you could go on there at 2:00 in the morning. And I'd be like, look, I'm up fixing lasagna.
A lot of people are.
To the stereo, dancing. I live alone. I'd get up when I want to. So,
and that's what I've told people too. I'm not on a schedule. There's nobody pitter-pattering around. So I do what I want to do.
Yeah. That's the best part about getting older is having your place to yourself. And so what? I mean, the boy needs attention. I mean,
yeah,
I don't mean medical attention. I mean,
and that's what I don't like. And like I said, I don't like picking on, anybody on the network per se, because I've had it done to me and it's not a good feeling. But you're doing shit deliberately that's messy to me. And I don't like that. Even though, like I said, I don't have any control over what people do, but I'm bringing the content to show why this is dangerous. Just pulling people out, like you're plucking people out to say, well, why did they post this? And why did they do this? And so what is your point? Do you have proof that she knew something? Like I said, perhaps it's just what she said. My grandchildren played with the children. And it bothered her that a child was missing. Why would it not bother her?
People in glass houses. All you got to do is Google his name, his history.
Yes, I've heard of the things about him.
Yeah, it don't take 10 minutes. There's 99 times more crap on him than there could ever be on her. So if anybody took her, it's him.
Let me tell you, when I heard that he was the one that was down there at the laundries, because I remember hearing his voice. And then when I started hearing it around this Summer Wells guys, first thing was when I heard his voice, I said, oh my God, that's the guy that was out there badgering the sister, the laundry sister. And I said to myself, they were crazy because one, I would never entertain that. No matter what my brother didn't do, sister, whomever, you're not going to show up at my house. You're not going to bang at my door. You're not going to bang at the mailbox. Because I'm that type of queen, I'm going to invite you in. And your ass going to crawl out of there when I'm done with you. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I do.
That's the law. The law says I can invite you in.
Well, there's just, he
had no right down there to be doing that.
Every once in a while, he'll stumble across something because he's in the location. But he's in the way. I get that.
Well, he was messy. He was messy down in Florida, and he was messy coming up here, meddling in this. Because my thing is, you were a day late, dollar short when you fell up here in Tennessee.
It's just like with that Ernie dude. Who have you found? Who have you found?
Oh my God, you're crazy.
That's it.
See, I don't follow his content. He came up on the panel maybe 2 or 3 months ago. I let him speak, but I didn't ever follow him to know what he was doing and not doing. Because I tell people I don't rock like that. I don't go.
That's right. That's what you tell them. Go do what you're gonna do. Let me know when you get some results. That's all I want to hear. I don't want to hear who you were married to.
I didn't hunt him down. I didn't go hunt him down. I didn't go look to see who he was talking to, not talking to, because I don't rock like that. So then when I saw this interesting stuff coming up with Candace the other day, I played that audio with him talking to Candace. Candace telling him, hey, if you're going to talk bad about BK, I have to hang up, blah, blah, blah. First thing I thought was, well, when did he start getting in cahoots with her? And I trust you. I believe you. I know you're not a liar. And Candace is saying, I don't lie. And I thought, yeah, you've lied because your child is missing. And I know you've lied about your daughter. So I couldn't believe that he would sit up here and tell her on a live, I know you're not lying. I know you're a good person. I was like, what the hell am I missing here? What is wrong with these people? You don't know her from Adam. You don't know Don from Adam. BK don't know them. They don't know BK. You see where I'm going with this? I don't know DL. DL don't know me. It's all the same. Nobody knows anybody. We're all sinners. We're all flawed. You understand what I'm saying? But to go
Nobody,
on
yeah,
live
that's
and
just
say
it.
that about somebody, oh, they're a good person. I know you ain't a liar. I know you ain't. Hell, she has a whole body missing. And she's
It
been
don't matter
deceptive.
what they are, what they do, if they're good or bad. I just want to hear what you got to say. I'm
Yeah.
not believing everything you
But
got to say. I just
I'm
want to
not
hear
going on no
everything you got to
live
say.
to nobody's horn that's got a whole child missing. That ain't never gonna happen.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn who you are. That's between you and God who you are. But what I'm not going to do is aid somebody that could have possibly got a whole body missing. That's how I rock.
Mm-hmm.
Until the state proves that you're not involved. You understand where I'm going with that? When
That's
the state
right.
proves you're not involved, then I might want to shake your damn hand. But until then, we don't shake hands. As black folks say, I need 7 feet.
Yeah. You don't sleep with the enemy.
You're damn right.
And you don't know who your enemy is
Because
at
I
this
don't,
point.
you
So you
damn
don't
right.
sleep
Because
with
you don't
anybody.
know. Because how many times have people been so baffled when the news came out with an indictment that Sugarfoot was arrested for killing her husband, her lover, and Pookie was arrested for killing his wife or girlfriend. Everybody, oh my God, I can't believe it. That was my neighbor. That was my co-worker. Yeah, it was past tense.
But it ain't like this. This ain't a nice neighborhood with decent people and everybody stands up for them. Their church turn tail and run.
Mm-hmm.
That tells you something. When your church runs,
Yeah,
that's a
because you know
sign right there.
that's something to be spoken about too. You haven't had not one public statement from the church in a while.
I don't blame them. What are they trying to do? They were trying to do the Christian thing. They were trying to
And
see
that,
her
and that's okay.
objectively, and she burned them. She
And that's
burned them
okay.
over and over and over. Every time she gets online drunk and swearing and acting the
See,
fool, she burns them.
But see, DL, that's why I know that she's never getting the kids back and that she and Don has never cared for their children because your behavior thereafter speaks volumes. You didn't stop. You just keep going on and on and on. And you can't sit up in a live and say you're fighting for your boys, you're fighting for your children when you're doing things that's disrespectful to the spirit of yourself and your kids. There's no way I'm going to go on a live inebriated and in the same breath say, I'm fighting for my boys. I'm trying to get my kids back. How are you trying to get your kids back and you're pissy drunk?
Do you see how many hours we got of good, hard interview from the J man? I'm just not even going to say his name anymore because I'm tired of getting picked on. But I had sat through hours and hours and hours and took 20, 30 pages of notes to sit down and try to put him into a video. But when I saw everybody picking on him, I'm like, just hold it. He was the same age, allegedly, he was the same age when he was attacked by 6 or 7 guys. He was Hunter's age. So if Hunter was this
So who
age,
are you
would you be
speaking of?
jumping on
Who are you
Hunter?
talking about?
And the fellow that went online recently with the long interview.
Oh,
He was
that.
being attacked, and you can't believe him because he didn't get his dates right, and blah 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 blah. And I've taken a lot of heat for standing up for him, but he has information. He was in the damn house. If you
Yeah, I
can
hear what you're
say,
saying. I
if you were
understand
in
what
the
you're
house
saying,
for
but
3
I think a
months,
lot
then
of us
I'm
have
not
a
going to
problem
listen to
with
you.
the
That's just
timeline.
closed minded.
I think what we have a problem with is the timeline. It's so late.
Fuck the timeline, girl. I'm telling you something. If somebody stayed in a house with your baby and your baby went missing, I'd want to know his blood type. I'd want to know everything he had to say. I'd want to question him 7 ways from
Okay,
Sunday.
but let me ask
And
you
the
this. Let me
man
ask you
is
this.
stepping up.
Let me ask you this. That was a year before she went missing.
Doesn't matter. He knows how they were treated. He saw how
Okay.
they acted.
Okay.
He
Then
got
let's go here
burned.
then. Well, if he knows how they were treated, then why did he come out when they started gossiping about who he was? When Allie and all them started throwing his name out there, why wouldn't he just
Okay,
come
you
out
ready?
and
You
defend
ready? You ready
himself?
for the answer? Because of YouTube, I can't go into detail, but he was attacked by grown men as a teenager and made to do things that traumatized him. So all this time later, he's facing a 6'2" predator screaming at him, pushing at him, busting his tooth out with a Coke bottle. Are you not, or a beer bottle? Are you not going to get the hell out of there
Yeah,
and
but
go
he didn't.
somewhere
They said
and
he
get
said
your?
he
And
stayed
listen,
3 days after that.
Let me finish. You're
Okay.
going to go somewhere. You're going to get your head together. You're going to figure out what the hell just happened. Then the FBI is knocking on your door. Hey, you need to answer these questions. And as soon as they say something, as soon as he tells his story to FBI, boom, the boys are gone. So, honey, he's got information. Everybody's
Yeah.
got to put the calendars down
Yeah.
and quit
Well,
nitpicking and just
yeah.
listen.
But what I'm saying is still this, sweetheart. If this man was so fearful of Don, he still was talking junk in that interview that, hey, this is her house, blah, blah, blah. We already know that a man has the right to say, I want somebody out of my house. Like I said, I don't have to like Don Wells, but it's still his damn house. If the man tell you he wants you out of his house, then you should have left. It wasn't about Candace at that point. It wasn't about the children at that point. You're a visitor in his house. And if you feel fear for your life, and you're claiming that he's had this issue that happened in high school or whatever, wouldn't you be running out of there considering you're seeing how they're living? And then this man's throwing a bottle at you. Why would you still try to stay? He said allegedly he stayed 3 days later. He still stayed after that incident.
Okay, let me finish telling you. He was attached to those kids. He was attached to Summer.
But
He was there for her, and he stood up for her, and he kept trying to intervene. But when he did finally leave, I think he fucking lost it. I
Yeah, but
think he was
what I'm trying to
afraid,
explain to
and
you
he
is
ran.
still, but that's not his house.
It doesn't matter. When you stay in somebody's house and take care of their kids and think, he thought he was saving Candace. He thought he was saving them all from Dawn. And when she went down there and bailed him out and went back to bed with the enemy, he said, that's it. I'm out. She tried to contact him again and said, hey, look, you bought me a new car. That's when he got rid of everything. Burnt all the bridges, got all the ties out, and went and took care of himself for a while. And I can't say that I blame him, because if I'd have been in that bullshit and CPS had been called and called and called,
Well, then what is the actual timeline that he stayed there?
they were still being neglected. I would have washed my hands with the whole damn thing anyway.
Well, what I'm saying is, what was the actual timeline of how long he stayed there?
What does the timeline matter? Do we not know that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Listen, sweetheart, listen. I'm asking questions that everybody's asking.
That's okay. I mean, the timeline, it could have been.
What I'm saying is
the last interview, they nailed it down. They asked him about the timeline, and he said it was between 3 and 6 months, and they nailed the 3 months.
Okay, because my thing is,
so if everybody will be happy with 3 months, then we can move on and take care of the real business.
No,
because
I'm not.
we're splitting hairs,
I'm happy with 3 months either. To tell you the truth,
3 months, 6 months, 2 months, 1 week, whatever. He knows what was going on in the house, or they wouldn't be so quick to attack him. So it's just a matter of, like I said, I'm staying in my own lane about it, but I'm using the information for what it was.
You're entitled to your opinion. I don't want you to think I'm not telling you can't. You think however you want to think. All I'm just saying is, I'm just a realist. We already seen how they live in the house. When Chris Madonna went in there, that told me everything. I don't have to hear anything about roaches.
Did it tell you about the candy? Did it tell you about them having to break up candy, that she choked on a candy ball and almost died the first time?
Well, I don't expect to hear anything from her parents, because they're gonna tell me anything.
This wasn't from her parents.
I said I don't expect to hear anything from her parents, because I know they lie. So I don't expect them to talk
if
about
there's more information out there and it hasn't been heard yet, then honey, I'm listening.
Okay, I understand. I mean, I'm saying you're entitled to your opinion.
That's why I don't have time for the BK channels. I don't have time for what Candace is doing. I want to know what happened right there in that house to that baby. Okay. That's why I don't have time for all that bullshit. And I love hearing you. I go online and listen and don't say a word. I'll go in under a different name just to hear you, because I love you, love you, love you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate
on
it.
A certain path to keep me on a straight path. And I love the pushback. That's a professional courtesy, honey. I love you for that. But I have to be honest. I think Jose has a gold mine of information. Okay. And as soon as we stop throwing the baby out with bathwater, we might learn something.
I hear you. Well, I'm just one of them type of people that I just, at this point in the juncture, I just cannot trust anybody. And that's just
no. I don't trust a damn soul.
I can't at this point, because what I have to tell myself is that all these people are evenly yoked, whether they stayed in a house 1 day, 5 days, 6 months. It doesn't really matter to me. Everybody knew how they were living. So when you start coming out spinning stories, people are going to wonder why you would come out, especially when it's late in the game. Whether you knew of how the child lived, they lived, it's a matter of why now, because we've seen how people how things have just turned upside down with everybody coming out 6 months into a storyline. So in your mind, you're saying to yourself, the witness situation is another thing that people don't understand about law enforcement. If indeed there's an arrest, now let's keep this real. The timeline and all this that everybody's rooting for is going to be a problem, because let's say you're called as a witness. You have now been talking to people on YouTube. And now, what if you're called into a courtroom and then you decide to change your mind? Because people do this. They'll talk to everybody and their mama. They'll give a story to FBI law enforcement. But when it's time to sit their ass in that courtroom, no, I don't think I want to do that. Then what?
Well, I'll tell you what, there's all that digital evidence. And if they can't pinpoint where everybody was, including Jose, including Candace, including Don, including Memal,
Mhm.
whoever else, I mean, they got all the information. So they know the timeline. So it's in Jose's best interest to get everything straight because he's made his statements to FBI. That's a federal investigation. They've
Mhm.
all made statements to FBI. So whatever they've said is in ink on the record. So if they get online and run their mouth and make idiots out of themselves,
Yeah.
well, they're going to end up in jail anyway. So
Wait,
let
see,
them.
that's why I don't recommend anybody that I'm talking about somebody who was there with her. I'm not talking about Jose because I don't
Yeah.
have any proof that he was there the 20. That's why I don't dwell on
You
Jose.
don't believe he was there, Angela? Really?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the 15th. That's what I'm talking about. See, I
Yeah.
don't dwell on the past.
Oh no, I
I'm
definitely
talking
know
about
he
the
wasn't there on
15th.
the 15th.
Yeah,
He
I'm
was
talking about
not
the
on there on
15th.
the 15th. And
Yeah,
anybody
I'm
that
not.
says that is attention
Yeah,
grabbing.
I'm not, because that Dudley guy tried to put Jose at the house, and like I told people the other day in my live, why would he go to a place where he had an altercation with these people, knowing the man would have a problem with him being on the property and staying with Grandis? How would that work? What food would go back? I can't see him
I
doing
like
that.
Dudley, and I think he means well, but I think he did kind of fudge it a little bit. He also said that he thought that Summer was buried with Rose. Okay, so that kind of
That makes
jarred
no
my
sense.
faith in him to start with.
Yeah, because we don't even know what happened to Rose to even say that.
No, we don't. We don't. And I
Because
don't
we don't
even
even
want to
know
get
if
in.
Rose
I
is
have my
alive or
own.
dead to even say that. That's too far for me. But like I said, I go by common sense. I can't see this man tussling with these people a year before the child goes missing, and then Grandis finds him and say, "Hey, come stay with me," and he'll be like, "Well, where are you living?" Oh, I'm still on the mount. Oh, yeah, sure, I'm on my way. Come on now.
Which man was this?
I'm saying I can't see the mount, the house, 110. I can't
Oh.
see Jose going back there to stay. Because isn't that what Dudley said? He had information that he was there days before the little girl went missing.
I think Dudley's mistaken.
Well, how can you be mistaken that when allegedly the man's been gone 8 months?
Well, I mean, did he bring his receipts?
Of course not.
What receipts? Where's his
They never do.
receipts?
They never do.
How does he know How does he know that Jose was there? Has Jose had a chance to respond?
Right.
It's not going to be an instant answer. It's going to be something you have to watch these interviews. You have to vet people against each other. You have to learn how to listen to the crap. I mean, the good and throw out the bad. But
TZ
there's
said that
too many people chasing
Don
ambulances right now.
Don told Dudley that Jose was still there. That don't even make any sense, T. Why would Don still be talking about somebody 8 months later that he tried to hit with a bottle? That don't make no sense.
None of them are trustworthy. I don't want Jose for his timeline. I want Jose for the conditions inside the home. It's going to tell us what happened this summer. I don't give a damn who he was sleeping with or who's farting or.
That's why I never fell for any of that anyway. When all that first came out, that's just the thing about me. I don't go with all the he said, she said stuff. Like when everybody, Allie and all them were making accusations, people were running out of breath to say this shit about Grandis and this and that. I never believed it until just now listening to this interview that I'm going to play. Allie says it again, I guess, that obviously to her perception that Grandis liked them, Candace liked them. So that's her perception. Like I said, I'm not going to argue her perception. She was there, I wasn't. But when I first heard it, I just thought, okay, everybody liked Jose? This mysterious Jose? Everybody's so interested in this man?
It's not a matter of liking anybody. I don't like none of them because all of them are involved with a little girl that wasn't taken care of. But the thing is, he is the cream of the crop. He's about the best interview we've had. We can get so much information from it. And no, I wouldn't buy a used car from the man. I'm sorry. He's got some active issues, but he has a lot of facts.
What is active issues?
I think that he's got some SA drama going on with him from his childhood that he hasn't gotten sorted out yet. And
so he says he's a victim.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't hear the story that he said.
No, I don't watch. I don't have that kind of time, honey.
Okay, well, that's vital information. That tells you what kind of victim he was. When he was 15, he allegedly was attacked by several men.
Okay.
And he was Hunter's age. So he identified with Hunter. He identified with what was about to happen, he thought, to Summer. I just don't know if he realized how serious it was. And if he had gone to CPS, he already knew that 2 weeks prior to that, they had come to the house and she wouldn't even let him in the damn door. So why go and put your life on the line when you got no ride, you got no
So
job to
slow down,
speak of, you got the part-time thing making cat
Okay.
scratch posts,
Okay.
but you got nowhere to go, no people, and you're living with a freaking predator.
Okay, so slow
And
down.
his
You
crazy
said something
carny
about 2 weeks
wife.
before that CPS came to the house. How does he know that? Was he there at the house when they came?
No, they told him that 2 weeks ago that they had bragged to him that
Oh, okay.
CPS came and they didn't answer the door and they went away.
I see.
So why is he going to run to CPS?
Mm.
FBI wasn't going to listen at that point. Nobody was missing. Who's he going to run to? The cops?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Uncle Ronnie? I mean, the guy got the hell out of Dodge, and I can't say I blame him, but now he feels bad because the little girl's gone and he can't help her now. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I know, but you keep saying
like
that
I said,
like
I wouldn't buy a
out of
used car from
Dodge.
the man. I don't
The
know
man,
him from.
but look,
Huh?
yeah, come on now. The man wanted him out of his house.
Oh yeah, but that was because Don lost his houseboy. He had somebody there to pamper and take care of Candace and wash the dishes and clean the house and mow the lawn and kill the snakes or whatever. But he was being the man. And when Don come home, him and Don had a man to man, and it got out of hand. And Don wanted him gone then, but he didn't have a freaking way to go. I mean, he had to go fly out of there, I guess. But he was stuck, so he got out of there, I guess, as soon as he could con Candace into taking him to South Carolina. I mean, it makes sense to me because I've heard the whole thing. It doesn't make sense to
I just
anybody
can't.
that hasn't heard the whole thing.
I'm just thinking. Once people start fighting, I can't see still staying there afterwards. That's just me.
And then you've never been stuck up on a hill in a mountain with no ride and no place to
But
go.
she had a car. You can't say you didn't have a ride. Grandis has a car.
Candace had a car, but he had to talk her into doing it. I mean, she didn't want to piss Don off. They thought he was going to be on a restraining order and he wasn't coming back. I guess Jose thought that, hey, I fixed it. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to help with the kids. I'm going to finish cleaning.
Oh, that's right, because he did go to jail. Okay, I forgot about that. Don did go to jail.
Yeah, he was in jail for like a week.
Yeah,
he was in jail for like a week. And Jose thought that he had helped Candace get back on her feet. He thought she was a different person. He thought she was growing.
Okay.
And
so I forgot about that. So that's the reason why he still stayed. Don was gone. I forgot about that part. Excuse me.
And then the next thing you know, she's down there bailing him out and walking him back home.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing about getting involved in people's business. That woman's been with him all this time. Your logic is, okay, he's mistreating her. He just hit me, blah, blah, blah. Oh, she should want to leave him. But it never works out like that. A lot of people, they just won't leave. And you can't make them leave. And I did hear him say that.
I think he was emotionally attached to the kids, and it just took him a while to get mad enough to leave or something. Maybe get a ride. I don't know. I wasn't there, and I can't testify for him. But all I know is listening to him talk, I know that there's some sincerity in his voice. I know that they embellish. I know that they forget facts. I know they're not 100%, but there's meat on that bone, and people should not throw that bone out.
Okay. Well,
that's what law enforcement keeps saying. If you can't bring us an answer, shut up. And they don't want to hear about, did she eat that day, or did she fall down? Did she drown? They want an answer. And that's what the internet wants, is a freaking answer. They want it solved, and it's not going to solve. We just have to keep picking at the facts until law enforcement picks up on it, or somebody else picks up on it. Somebody puts the pieces together, and it does make sense. But I have no solutions. I just have facts. I just know when things don't add up and discrepancies pop up, I want to do a video about it. That's all I know.
Okay. I'm trying to put this link down here. Woo, mercy.
Thank you to everybody in the chat. It's been so super sweet. And those of y'all that can't be sweet this morning, I love you too.
Okay, how much more time you got, ma'am?
I gotta go get some breakfast.
Go ahead. All right. Well, we'll talk to you a little later.
I love you guys, and I will see you very soon. And I love you, Angela. Thank you.
I love you too, honey. Be careful. All right.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day. All right. Bye-bye. That's Dirty Laundry, everybody. All right. I've played you commentary from this Jonathan Lee Riches. I've also played you 2 videos from Anonymous True Crime pertaining to BK, bringing forth information about trying to tell something about Tim Mullins and this Candace BS. I don't know what all that's about. I brought you information with Jonathan Lee Riches talking about these Bernard people, you'll have to go back to the beginning of this video to watch information about Miss Polly Bernard, information I don't really care for, because my thing is, you don't know these people, who's involved in what, who saw what, until you have a receipt. It's not good to implicate people and throw their names out unless you've got some information, because all those people back there could have seen something, know something, and you'd have to pick and jump from 50,000 different doors to say this, to say that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let me see what Pam has to say. Hold on. Hello?
Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Today's my birthday. I'm just now rolling out of bed. I slept late.
Okay, happy birthday. How are you?
I'm doing good, Queen. That just fired me up for some reason. It's
Why?
sweet that she believes every word Jose said, but I watched the first interview in its entirety as well. And in the beginning, I think we were also thirsty for information about Summer. Nothing new had come out. And so, the timing was right. And if you notice in the beginning of the interview, he was the guy did a great interview by letting him speak freely.
I didn't watch. I don't watch.
Well, I watched it for you. I watched it for you. And in the beginning, but as he got more comfortable and as hours went by, it was 5 hours long and I hung with the whole thing. I don't usually do that. But towards the end, he got more comfortable and you could hear the bigger truths coming out. And first of all, you don't stay in that kind of situation that long. I'm having a hard time getting started. I think I need a second cup of coffee.
Well, you got to think. Yeah, well, just take your time.
I don't buy everything Jose's saying. He's just another one of the scumbags that flop on someone's couch, let them pay the bills, and he'll comb their hair and do the dishes. He probably had to do the dishes just so he could tolerate himself.
Somebody says, Alicia says, mask dropped a little towards the end.
Yeah, his attitude changed towards the end. And then I thought the interview was one.
Well, explain to me. See, when you say something, I want you to explain yourself. What do you mean that he changed near the end? Because I don't know. I didn't watch it.
He got a little more careless with his comments. He got a little, like in the beginning, he was like, oh, where's the Candace that I knew and loved? Where's the Candace? And then towards the end, he was like, she should be locked up. So he just like went from one end of the meter to the other.
Okay.
He was more easily bad mouthing them towards the end.
Yeah, I think I heard that. I think I heard that from somebody before. Yes.
I thought the interview, it was interesting because we hadn't heard that take. There was an inside peek to what we already suspected. I'm sure that's been said 100 times. But but after that, why are we still listening to him? It was one and done. There's nothing else you can tell us about it.
Yeah.
So he's discredited in my mind that he's now on the circuit of YouTube.
Yeah. Well, see, that's why I have a problem. If I want to talk to you, it shouldn't really take 4, 5, 6 times to talk to you.
And I don't like any of
I'm going to talk to you one time because I would have let you come up. I would have asked you to come up, show your face, and that's what I would have done. Show your face, speak to the public so people don't think that this is any type of fake information. And you say what you have to say. It would have just been a Q&A between he and I the one time. My thing is, I'm not about to let it be a 4 or 5 ring circus, back and forth, just like all this bullshit about bringing receipts. Why you got to bring receipts? You only want to bring the receipts now because you hear people saying, like, what's the purpose of a person coming out 9 months later? Well, people are going to ask that because we don't have any information. We don't have any arrests. We don't have any leads to anything. So, yeah, a person has every right to say, well, why are you just now coming out?
Well,
you that you were out of the country and you never heard your name on YouTube.
Well, I don't believe that. That's what they all skip over the details that implicate them, their guilt or their guilt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, everybody has a right to their opinion.
As far as receipts go, it would be easy for, like, okay, say he threw his phone in this ocean. Okay, which ocean? At what place? Where did you park? Just give a.
Well, I don't need any receipts. That's just who I am. I don't need any receipts pertaining to him being at the house because I never asked for any receipts.
I bet
my thing is
law enforcement wants receipts.
I think that was mentioned. Bringing him back on for another video with a receipt is to prove you see that people are talking about you doing this interview with him and him coming out a day late, dollar short. My thing is, if you stand on what you did with somebody and talk to him, you don't need to bring them back to bring a receipt. That's Queen. I ain't got to bring you back to prove nothing. If you told me what you told me, I'm going to play the video. That's the end of the discussion.
What I found,
nothing.
I found,
that you worried about what people are saying, that you feel like he's got to prove that he was at Ben Hill. I don't need him to prove to me that he was in Ben Hill. I never questioned that he was there or not. That's never been a question from me.
I found it highly suspicious. A bunch of people going into a U-Haul and blah, all that. I can get into that, but I think it's wasting time talking
Say
about
what?
Jose. How
A
they all
U-Haul.
how they all got a U-Haul and went down there like a bunch of heathens, and then turned around and came back. I think Allie lined up that whole trip talking to these people through. I don't even want to spend my time talking about Jose and how they all got there, because it's just not pertinent to her disappearance, in my opinion.
Yeah, so that's what I said. And a lot of people don't. And that's why I said everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Yes,
but as I told DL just now, I don't really care that he stayed at the house. I don't really care what he saw, didn't see, because I've already seen all I need to see pertaining to Don and Candace and 110.
That's
so
right.
to me, it didn't matter if Pookie came out and said they had roaches, she didn't do laundry, she was nasty, they fought. I think we know that already.
Yeah, we figured
I
that
understand
out.
her opinion. She wants to hear something about Summer, and he was there to see the little girl. Okay, that's her perception. But I'm the type, it's almost a year later. You want me to leave it a whole year? Nobody thought, he did never hear his name.
The only thing I learned from that interview was that Summer does leave the property with ease.
Yeah, that's the only thing I thought was interesting. And I didn't even watch all the interview.
Yeah, that was the main thing.
That was a good point. I will say that's information that we did not have, is that she wandered off, if I'm to believe what he said.
And that Summer would fight and go kicking and screaming if somebody took her, that she was a fighter. So that but I have a theory about it. I don't know if you want me to hear it.
But children, let me tell you something about children. With the case down in Alabama with Camille McKinney, her father said the same BS about she would never go with a stranger. She ain't that type of girl. Well, she did go with strangers because they got on camera leaving with two strangers, two people that kidnapped her. They obviously offered her something, candy, whatever, and she's a child. She was 3 years old, so she went. She followed them. But her father's perception was, oh, she ain't that type of girl. She ain't that type of girl to go off with nobody. They're children. They will go with somebody. You can't ever say what your child won't do, because many people have said it about their missing children, and their children did go off with somebody. Mm-hmm. Hello, Kinsley. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine.
I don't want to interrupt you.
Pam, go ahead and finish saying what you have to say.
Well, I don't want to take you. What I would like to say, that I get frustrated with, nobody seems to be addressing. But I don't want to take you down a different direction if you didn't want to go a different direction.
Honey, nobody ever stays on cue on my channel. No way. Nobody ever.
Okay, perfect.
It goes 12 different ways.
I'm not saying I'm invested 100% in this theory, but it kind of makes sense that they dragged her around all day long in a hot car. I think they underestimated, because Candace got to go in and out without Summer. She was left in the car more than a few times while they did whatever, right? I think she underestimated her not eating, her being in the car, just business as usual, the way she takes care of her children. They're just besides the point. And then when she got home, she felt something. I thought there was a weird emphasis when Chris McDonough did that interview with Candace in the very beginning, how she opened up the car door and said, yeah, she just jumped right up. She put a weird emphasis on waking up. You just say she woke up and I took her in. Just like, oh yeah, she woke up and she just woke right up. So that kind of lended,
she jumped right up. Yeah, some other people put that in their content. But that's why, she adds stuff on according to the information that she's relayed and what she's gotten from the street. The feedback from the street.
Yeah, that's true. When somebody starts talking about this, she starts coming up with another thing. But
she jumped right up. She jumped right up because she didn't get up.
I think she left her in the car to nap, to sleep, because I'm going to say it, she's a lazy, unattentive parent. And to me, all her lies revolve around covering up the fact that she's not a good parent. All her lies are around that. So if you take out those lies, like, oh, I watched her and I walked her to here and I saw her go there, and like she was constantly supervised. She was never supervised. She was on her own. And so this is my theory, that one friend of Candace's said that she went to sleep, and when she woke up, Summer was gone. Well, that also kind of lends to that. So she let her sleep in the car, and when she came out there, she wasn't a lot. And she said that she drove Candace drove Summer down to Don to get her to a doctor or whatever. Now you got the little thing in the back. Is her arm up? Is her arm up? I think that's not when she was on her way home, but when she was on her way to go to Dawn to see if she was still moving at all. Because whatever happened.
Listen. Oh, wait, slow down. What are you talking about? She drove. Who told you she drove the child to Dawn? You think she did?
There's an interview. It was on text message. Grandis's friend said that Grandis.
So you going by? So you going by what somebody else said right now?
Well, that's all we got to go on. Different, yeah.
So what you're saying is you believe what the lady said?
No, I don't know. I just know that a lot of the pieces fit better. With that theory and the timeline, it kind of fits better. And then again, Summer said.
Well, let me ask you this. What I ask people all the time: why would you believe that Grandis would tell a stranger a different version than what was told to the news? Why would I tell you that my child basically took a dead child? Listen. Just listen. Okay. Why would I tell you, a stranger, that I know that my grandchild was possibly dead in a car and my daughter took her off to the father, knowing that you could tell?
She didn't say that. What she said was that she went and took a nap. We had never heard nap before.
I don't know. I heard that, but I'm talking about the information that allegedly was told to the woman.
She said that she went to take her to, I don't know. She said it was a friend, not a stranger, but it was probably one of those.
Whoever it was. It doesn't matter. Whoever.
Friends. I don't know. I tell my best friend stuff that I don't tell my husband. I don't know.
Sweetheart, you're not listening to the word I'm saying.
Well, I am, but I'm not.
Why would I tell you anything that could implicate me knowing of a dead child and my child taking a dead child to her father? Think about what you're saying.
They said she was sick, and she was going to take her to down to Dawn so Dawn could get her to the doctor, or whatever, and that he came back. Next thing you know, she woke up from a nap and she was gone. Okay, so
think about what you're saying. Okay. I've told you this, but yet I'm going along with the lie that the little girl is missing. Think about what you're saying.
I just think that I don't think anybody took her.
I beg your pardon?
I don't want to believe anybody sold her, because then it gets
no. Listen, you're going all around my comment, ma'am.
Well, I understand.
I'm saying, I'm just, listen, when you all give commentary, I want you to think about what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Why would I implicate my child in a crime to you, which also implicates me because I'm going along with the lie that they called to say the little girl's missing? You don't understand what I'm saying?
No, yeah, I understand. She's still implicating herself, because even if she did get sick,
you're implicating yourself. So that's why I'm saying, why would I go call this woman? It don't matter who the hell she is. I'm still implicating myself and my child in a crime, and also the father. Not thinking that you would go back and call law enforcement that I called you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, they could slip up, but I don't think any of them thought that the heat was going to be on them, and this was going to be such a big topic with so many followers for 9 months. But
you're talking about a missing child. That doesn't really make any sense.
Well, nothing they do makes sense. None of their thought processes.
Well, let's just scratch them out.
Like into our own.
Listen, let's scratch out Dawn and Candace.
Okay.
I'm an outsider. I'm the grandmother. Why am I going to go call somebody to implicate my child? You got to make me understand that. I'm going to implicate my child, myself, and the father with a lie, knowing that you could go back and tell what I said. Don't you think a person would say, well, why are you holding that lie? Why are you lying for your daughter? You know that the little girl was possibly dead. Why haven't you told the police? Why are you telling me? You all got it all over the news that the little girl's missing. Well, you now know that she wasn't. Now you follow me?
Yeah, but that means you're using usual, like a logical mind. I think that grandma, if it's true, and I'm not even sure, I hate it. Anyways, she's just saying she was sleeping through the whole thing. So I don't think she thinks she's implicating herself. I was sleeping. I didn't know.
Okay.
So I think she thinks that takes her out of the picture. But it doesn't. You and I know it doesn't, because they still, even if that happened, somebody still got rid of Summer. And so you're still implicated. You know what I mean? But I don't think. But I want to say this, and then because I'm not having a real clear moment today, I'm not speaking as good as I'm capable of. I thought it was. I don't watch all those trashy channels. I don't. They're rabbit holes. I don't think they have anything to do with anything. They're just monopolizing a missing child. But I did watch the one where Candace was getting interviewed and he walked away and she literally drank straight out of a booze bottle. He came back and said, everybody in chat wants to know what you're drinking. She turned around and reached in a different direction, a Mountain Dew. So I'm drinking Mountain Dew. So that showed me with what ease she can lie. She is quick on her feet with the lies. That's the way she lives. She's not doing it just during this time. That's what I've
always said to people, that the lying didn't just start on June 15th.
That's correct. She is a talented liar. And I do think that she has like the mentality of a 14-year-old. I want to have a good time, just trying to have a good time. I guess get the perfect buzz going and hang out with Hunter. And, she's so easily flattered by any male attention. I just think it's the strangest thing we've ever seen. But I do have faith that one thing I did get out of Jose's interview is that FBI came and talked to him 9 days later. That was good because they're not reporting to us, so we're all speculating. And when we do find out what happened, it's going to be a doozy, I'm sure. But it did kind of reassure me when they said FBI as opposed to TBI. I thought, okay, good, because that little town's a little squirrely and it makes you feel like there's corruption there. But when they said FBI, I felt a little reassured that if there is corruption there, the FBI will at least be calling it out at some point. Mm-hmm. Now, the grand jury is coming up the end of this month or April. So it might go that way. Because I can't imagine how the police... I mean, that Ronnie Lawson guy seems like he's almost like the villain and perfectly fit in any movie in some small redneck town. I mean, you could just cast him as that. You could just, oh, there's my dog. I thought she ran away.
Well, why you say that? Why you say that about Ronnie Lawson?
He makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It just feels like one of those podunk. It just, I don't know. And I could be totally wrong. Maybe he's on it. Maybe there's a whole bunch more going on that we don't know about. Okay. I do think it's weird not weird, it's telling that he hasn't come out and cleared because they're taking a lot of heat. So if they thought they weren't suspects, they would come out and say the parents have been cleared.
They're going to be the first. They're going to be the first people you say that are cleared.
Yeah, because they're victims otherwise, and that's not, and they haven't. Now, why he said they lawyered up, I don't understand that one, because they didn't lawyer up because they're still talking. But she got a lot more quiet after Jose came out. That's for sure. And
she's probably not happy with him coming out speaking, because that's the worst thing you want is somebody to come out and start talking about what went on.
No, because he like I said before, all her lies revolve around the cover up for her not being the greatest parent. And the fact that she's lying to cover it up means she knows the difference. That's the part that makes me mad. She knows better.
Okay.
She was Kinsley. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Kinsley, what do you have to say, sweetie?
Thank you, honey.
You're welcome.
Well, basically, I don't understand why all these people find it necessary to go track all these people down.
Yeah.
It makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
This is a complete...
I just think it's disrespectful. I just think it's disrespectful really to the dead and the living to just go banging on people, doors and mailboxes and messenger. I'm not with none of that. I mean, everybody rocks differently, but you have to be very careful. Banging on people's doors and going to people's messengers. My thing is, if you're going to go on one person's messenger that was a neighbor, you might as well try to track down everybody on the damn block. How's one different than the other? You don't know what those people know back there, because obviously these people don't stick together as far as coming forward to give you any information.
Law enforcement at this point is fed up. How can they not be? You have people going to the DA, you have people going to the TBI, you have people calling all day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Right.
It's a shit show.
Don't you find it strange that no neighbors have ever come forward in the beginning to speak to the news? I'm talking about the news. No neighbors, no friends to the news. I ain't talking about no YouTube. I'm talking about to the news. That's the perfect place to go. It's the news. Nobody ever spoke up for or against to say, hi, this is what I noticed. I'm a friend. I'm a sister. I'm a church member. I'm anything. Everything was to a YouTuber, which is crass.
I
It's
don't
crass.
get it. You know, I don't understand the whole ex-law enforcement that thinks that they should be meddling. They're not given the okay to go and talk to these people. Do they really think that the FBI and the TBI and the sheriff's department want all these ex-law enforcement going and making freaking documentaries?
Yeah,
For
I don't think that was a
what?
good idea, but a lot of people like to ride on that interview bullshit. But
No.
my thing is, it's common sense. CM knows the game. He knows that if you are a witness to a crime or of being with somebody on that day, that eventually, if it goes to trial, you will be called as a witness. How is it going to make sense? You've been talking to this person, that person, and then have to go testify. He knows the game. So that's why I keep telling people, you may be riding on wanting information about this case, these people, but in the end, when it's time to go to trial, those things that were said on social media will be held against them because the defense will bring all of that up. That's what I don't understand why people don't understand that. It's like you all act like you don't know the damn law. That shit will come back and haunt you. Because if you say anything different than what you said in your deposition, you say anything, you know how you make a written statement. If you wrote down anything different than what the fuck you told the interview room or anywhere else, that's going to be a problem.
I just don't get it. You know, this man he's already been spoken to by the FBI. To me, my personal opinion, it's very disrespectful. You don't have no right to go seek out some dude that's already been spoken to bring him on your channel to make a fucking mockery out of a missing 5-year-old.
But he knows better. That's the thing people don't seem to understand. That's why I said Chris was wrong for that, because you know the law because you've been in law enforcement. You know that he is pertinent to the case. So why would you want to talk to him knowing if it goes to trial, anything he said in that interview that wasn't mentioned in the documents of his statement to law officials, the defense will tear it apart.
You know what? I'm really surprised. I'm that, Candace wasn't told by FBI, TBI, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. She's a fucking idiot.
They're not going to tell her to be quiet because she's who they're going to be looking at first.
She is all over YouTube. No. She is speaking of this and speaking of that. And today I'm going to channel hop to, 2 channels. Tomorrow 5 channels. Yeah. Then she's got, a media personality, I call them.
Yeah.
Why?
But don't you find it interesting that she's now talking since Don is incarcerated? You remember she would always be in the background when he was going live on other people's channels. Yeah. But now he's incarcerated. She's just talking and yapping and trying to work her computer and phone.
The attention from these men
it's just sad.
Have no desire to be with her. I don't know if she's just that stupid that she doesn't see that people are just fishing for information.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly how I feel. All these people that's getting involved in the case, meddling, running around chasing, the case like they're investigators. They're just wanting content for their videos, and to see if she'll slip up. But they're not going to slip up and tell you anything. That's what people don't seem to understand. This heifer has been lying for months. So has Don. They're not going to tell you nothing.
Nothing. There is no truth to anything
because they've been lying
they
for
have
years.
Ever said.
They've been lying for years before the 15th.
That's just who they are. That is their nature. That is their persona.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. You have had all these kids. You have no custody of not one of them. You have one that's missing, probably dead. This little girl was not kidnapped. My feeling is she killed her intentionally.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
She killed that little girl. That little girl did not drown. That little girl was not abducted. They killed her. For what reason? I don't know. I think that having 4 kids was too much.
A burden, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was too much for her. She wants to drink and party and do whatever shenanigans that, they enjoy to do.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
How long can you be on this live, ma'am?
I can be Here
Because
for a
I
few
want to hurry
minutes.
up and play my video, my last
Oh yeah,
video.
no, go ahead. I'll have to take my son to school at 8 o'clock, so you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot you're on West Coast time. This is by Mr. Richards as well. This is the interview with the lady standing outside with the messy boots. I will break it up because it's winded. It's 42 minutes. So I will break it up and talk about each little thing that I feel pivotal in talking about. Thank you for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans. If you'd like to donate to the channel, $DeGanji129 Cash App. Also for chat to welcome to the live. Thank you for your support. Welcome new subs, guests, and all mods. Thank you all so much for joining me. This is the interview with Allison Harris, the mother of Summer, her mother and grandmother, and a participant in the background. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's go. That's them. Let's go.
Thirsty. Is he not thirsty? Golly. Now, mind you, there are a lot of people going to be talking over each other, so it's going to be hard to understand everybody because there's like 5, 6 conversations going at one time. Thank you for joining me.
Hi, Kitty. We've been everywhere looking for her. Everywhere looking for her. Hi, how are you? Allison, how are you? God bless you. How are you?
Well, we did talk about my one time I will tell you that. We talked to their neighbor. No, actually, they said a lot.
They said a lot.
Oh my God. One of them said something very upsetting. I tried to help the woman. Very disgusting. And we gotta work. Come on, you did anyway.
What do you mean? Like, we try to help the woman, like what?
No.
She gave Summer alcohol.
She said, like, we're not Sherry. She's really.
Really? Did you see it?
And then I'm like, no, that's
When
not
she
the
do that?
case. Like, you know, yeah, that's like over 20 years. Yeah, I know this family.
My kids are Texas dogs. My granddaughter animal lovers.
Yeah, I'm an animal. I saw your kitty right there, and it's like, so she would give Summer, Candace would give Summer drugs and alcohol.
I know alcohol now.
Let's go there. Allegations of giving the child alcohol. Kinsley? She's not here. If you want to hit the link, join the discussion. This is an all-around discussion pertaining to Candace Bly, information that her so-called friend may be turning on her. Is he just playing a dirty game because she's been talking to other YouTubers? Some jealous game with all these people, participants. Is Mr. Richards implicating a Mr. Bernard, son, mother, what they know, don't know. And now I have this interview with all of them standing outside with the messy boots months ago. Why are you just now bringing this information forward? This video, what is the point? Kinsley, unmute your mic. I don't know what she's doing. She jumped off. I'll keep playing.
Did Don gave Candace drugs and alcohol too.
Everything that,
I love
you know, it's really.
The boys too? Everybody.
Oh,
Can I ask you,
and I think
did-
that was.
you think, do you think Candace was, or Summer was sexually molested by anyone, by the family? I mean, because we're hearing rumors. You do. By who? Don? Or probably the mother too, Candace. Wow.
Okay, this Mr. Richards is asking Allie's mom. She's the one with the purplish blue sweatshirt on. Do you think that he was molesting Summer Wells, Don? And she's basically nodding her head. She does a lot of nodding and twisting around. during this commentary, which is a little bit off to me because she said like she can't stand straight to just talk. Of course, it is cold outside. Maybe perhaps that's part of the reason why she's moving about. I don't know. Here's my mod. Hold on one second. Hello.
Hello.
What happened to you?
I don't know. I went to unmute the mic and hung up.
Okay, let me tell you what's been said. This guy is asking Allie's mother, who we now know is her mother, Sherry, I guess, about alcohol being given to the children by Candace to Summer. She says yes. She nods yes. And then the next question is about Dawn allegedly molesting Summer, and she's nodding yes to that. What do you have to say about that?
I think Allie knows a lot.
Yeah, this is the mother. This is the mother. This is the mother right now. This is the mother.
The grandmother?
The mother.
Allie's?
Yes. No, not the grandmother. Her mother. She's the one standing with the long hair.
It's Candace.
It's an interview with all of them standing outside. It's Allie, her grandmother, and her own mother, and another woman.
Okay.
Plus the messy boots. I don't know if you watched it, but I'm playing it now.
I know that I have a feeling that they know a lot.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you believe Candace ever gave her children alcohol?
Absolutely. The boys.
Well, she's saying Candace and the daughter, Summer.
No, not Summer. I don't think so.
So you're now saying that the grandmother is lying, the mother is lying then? Allie's mother's lying.
I would hope to God she didn't. Is it possible? Yes, because she's a piece of shit mother.
Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to try to keep our language well now. Because I'm going to try to watch my tongue while I'm in this live. Thank you, ma'am. Come on. We're going to bring some more.
What do you feel happens?
That he's going to put it on. It could be where she went and asked for a piece of candy. The grandmother had just came from the doctor's office that day. Probably had to close out, and Summer went and got a lot of negative things about it.
Oh,
let's go there. The candy myth. The grandmother could have possibly left her medicine out, and the daughter, Summer, grabbed her pills instead of peppermint.
I don't think so.
Okay, next.
Eat the pills. Is that like the rumor going on like that?
She said that's what she heard.
You think she took that?
I checked, I think we were doing it. Great. They were sleeping. Yep, and then, what's it called there? Jeffrey Gum.
This is Allie speaking.
Did you ever see Candace, her mom, Summer?
No.
Who are you?
I'm Alice.
He asked, did she ever see, this is to Sherry, did she ever see Candace hit Summer? She said no.
Oh, your brother? Oh, your mother. Oh, what's your name? Sherry. Yeah, how are you? Yeah.
They put nothing that I'm saying.
Who put it out there?
So I believe here in this interview, he just asked, because a lot of people talking. You got one tuber talking to the Allie, and then now he's trying to talk to Sherry, Allie's mother. And she just said, Sherry, that Dawn and Candace put out that she's gay. I believe that's what she said. Oh, God, it doesn't stop.
I just want to find out, what your thoughts are. Like, I think you have to ask you. But, with them going to the watering hole with Candace and her drinking alcohol, do you think that she did something with him?
No. Candace. You don't think so?
Okay, so one of the messy boots is asking Allie that Candace gave him alcohol. Do you think something happened between them? And Allie is shaking her head no. And I believe the other participants standing out are acting like, what? You don't believe that? What do you think about that, Kinsley? Do you think Candace ever had any type of sexual relationships with the child?
With boy H?
Yes.
I don't think they actually had intercourse, but I think she was infatuated with him.
Mm. So what are you saying? Touch and groping? What are you trying to say, honey?
Possibly groping. I think she was more emotionally had emotional feelings for him. You know what I mean? Like she was attracted to him, but I don't think that they had like actual intercourse. I don't think that they had like any sort of oral anything. Groping, I don't think so. He's a 15-year-old boy. He's not going to find her attractive.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think they have been talking via the phone before the 15th?
Absolutely.
But he did say that he hadn't seen her in a while.
Well,
So
he
we
may
don't
not
really
have
know
seen
what a
her.
while is. Yeah, that's why I'm chopping it up, baby. I'm just chopping it up. He hadn't seen her in a while, so that's one thing we haven't gotten a receipt to is what was a while, a couple months, a year, what? But you do believe that they were talking through Messenger and TikTok?
I think she's infatuated with him. I think that she's going to probably be trying to engage in conversation. He's a 15-year-old boy. The last thing on his mind is her. You know, he had a girlfriend or has a girlfriend. His mind.
But you don't think he would be, you're looking at Candace from physical. I believe that's why you're giving this opinion. You don't think he couldn't possibly go along with it? Because we already
very
know that
well
looks
could,
is not
yes.
everything. Because looks is not,
he very well could because she gave him what
looks
he wanted.
Looks is not everything, and we know that from people who have had relations with other participants, whether it be child molestation or not. Rape, it's all the same.
Very well could. He could have engaged. It's
not about looks
to get what he wanted: liquor, vape,
yes, okay,
weed, whatever. Yeah.
So you do believe that they had been talking before June 15th?
I think so.
The alleged day that they all were together. Okay.
Yeah.
Candace was actually probably did do something to her. No, she did not. Bullshit. I seen it my own eyes.
Okay, that's Sherry.
There was signs there. I didn't like it. I warned.
Okay, so the grandmother is the one talking loud, saying there were signs there. There were signs there. I seen it with my own eyes. Allie is saying no. So that's pretty deep. That the grandmother's saying there were signs there, and then she's getting ready to go in to say, let her finish.
No.
She's telling her she's in denial. I think she was saying before that I warned her or something. What do you think about that? The grandmother saying she saw there was signs.
I'll tell you right now, grandmas know a lot.
Okay.
Their intuition is normally spot on. You know, they've been in this world a lot longer. They see things. It's very possible, and Allie not wanting to believe it or be in denial.
Well, because she did say that I don't judge people by. You'll hear her later say, I don't judge people by what other people say about them. Because she's basically talking about Candace, she and Candace's relationship, that she didn't go by what she heard. Blah, blah, blah. She tries to judge people accordingly. And that goes into the issue of why they fell out of the theft, blah, 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 Jose, on and on and on. So you do believe, so if the grandmother is saying, I saw signs, now we have to ask ourselves, did the grandmother, Sherry, ever confront Candace about what she saw?
It's possible. I mean, she could have brought it up to her in a general conversation. Hey,
Yeah, because I thought she said she warned her. Let me try to go back on that. Hold on 1 second. Let me try to hold on because this is so loud with all them talking.
By the family? I mean, because we're hearing rumors. You do.
I'm going to go start back on.
Probably the mother too, Candace. Wow. What do you feel happened to her?
It could be a couple things where she went and asked for a piece of candy. The grandmother had just came from the doctor's office that day. Probably had the pills out, and Summer went and got probably with a piece of candy.
I heard a lot of negative things about her.
Oh, ate the pills. Is that like a rumor going on like that? At the house, you think she took that?
I checked, I think we were at 2 a.m. or something in the creek. They were sleeping. Yep, and then, whatchamacallit there, Jeffrey Jones, he called my son's dad.
Did you ever see Candace, the mom, Kate, Summer?
No.
Who are you?
I'm Alice's brother.
Oh, your brother? Oh, your mother. Oh, What's your name? Sherry. Yeah, how are you? Yeah.
They put it out there that I'm doing.
Who put it out there?
Candace and Bethany.
Can I ask you something? This is gonna sound really upsetting, I'm so sorry. I don't, it's not my intention whatsoever. It really isn't. I just wanna find out, what your thoughts are. Like, I hate even having to ask you this. But, with him going to the watering hole with Candace and her drinking alcohol, do you think that she was with him?
When Candace,
You don't think so?
wait a minute. Candace was actually probably did do something to Hunter.
How did she get that?
Bullshit. I seen it with my own eyes. There was signs there. I didn't like it. I warned them.
Okay, she said I warned them.
Be in denial. But
I don't know who them is.
They weren't there because she gave them alcohol and shit. And the kid didn't know what was going on. And
Sorry about that. Commercial. So she did say I warned them, but who is them that she's speaking of? I don't know.
It could possibly be Boy H. It could have been Allie.
Sentiments of the neighbors there, that she was a sexual neighbor, so that's the only reason. I didn't mean to upset you, Dad.
Okay, let me throw that in there because you've got that blowhorn running her mouth doing all the talking too. Now she's speaking of, she got information from a neighbor saying that Candace is a sexual deviant. Where would they get that from, that Candace is a sexual deviant? Because all the gossip has been about Don and SA and all that stuff out in Utah in the past. So now this is coming to fruition about allegedly Candace being the sexual deviant. So this is why I always said there are a lot of people who know stuff, hear stuff, but they don't speak out. And as I just said a few minutes ago, no neighbors have come forward to the news to give any type of interview about knowing these people, hearing of anything pertaining to the child, the children. And now one of these messy boots have talked to somebody, don't know who that person is, wonder why would somebody say that she's a sexual deviant. Go ahead.
Maybe her actions, maybe she was.
Well, let's look at how that is set up. See the way they're at the grandmother's house out there on the front street. Those
Right.
are house for house for house for house for house, where you get to see people. Those people are back in the woods where you can't see anything unless you're actually on the property. So that's why I found that comment kind of odd, because you can't see anything back there. It's not like neighbors got a bullseye view of each other's houses, row for row, row for row. You're seeing people coming and going. You're seeing who's parking in the garage, parking in the driveway, people standing outside on front porches, hanging, lingering. You can get a little idea of your neighbors when you have a bullseye view of their houses, but you can't see anything up at 110. So how would you even know what the fuck's going on up there? Excuse my language.
I have no idea. Maybe they know people, up there on that road, Ben Hill Road. Maybe Candace, has that sexual nature. Every time she's around men, she flirts with them.
Okay.
It's an odd comment to
Yeah,
me.
it's very odd, and it's very odd only because of how the neighborhood is set up. It's
Right.
barren back there.
Right.
So it's not like a regular neighborhood where you can see people coming and going, who they're fraternizing with, if they're getting their name out there in the street, flirting with Pookie and Bubba. You see where I'm going? So is it possible that she's known to flirt with men and it's gotten back that she flirts with people publicly?
She probably does that a lot, and she
Because they're
has
tying it
no
in with
choice.
children. See, my thing is a man and a child are two different things when you say sexual
Absolutely.
deviant. To assume that she would be sleeping with a child, it's not the same as sleeping with a man
Oh God, no.
or grooming a boy. So I'd like to know where they're getting the information. Who's the neighbor that gave that information? If there's any truth to if it's even a real neighbor, because I don't trust this group at all, because they're very thirsty. I'm going to continue.
Okay, go ahead.
But that was the reason I was asking that.
it bothers me too with my grandson.
We all went, oh my God, like that, right?
Who's your grandson? Oh, Hunter. Oh, yeah. How's Hunter doing? How's Hunter doing?
I don't think she ever went to
He's really messed up.
no one could witness and she was out there planting
And
flowers.
a lot of it has to do with that.
I agree. I agree with you. And you know what? Enough is enough. It's been. I'm sorry. I know.
It makes me mad.
It's been 6 months. It's been 6 months, and
And I
why?
have that baby because
You do on the land.
All right. Hunter is messed up. This is coming from Sherry's mouth. Why is he messed up? She's saying it's because of them. Go ahead.
Well, maybe he's messed up because of them, because she feels that they're unfit for him to be hanging around. Maybe he, she
But
sees
the mother
him.
allowed it. You will hear her say, though, but you will hear Allie give her a reason why she allowed Hunter to be in the company of Candace and the children, because she felt like just because I fell out with her doesn't mean it's fair to let my children be involved in, whatever went on between us. It's not fair to them. They don't have anything to do with it. And that is a great point, because a lot of people have questioned from day one why Hunter would be hanging with a 5-year-old. Well, one thing is truth. People don't stop. You're trying to put logic behind a child hanging with another child. All type of age groups hang around each other because their parents are friends. So everybody needs to quit acting like you never grew up around other people in different age groups. If you're friends of friends, you understand what I'm saying? A woman might have a 13-year-old boy, but her friend has a 5-year-old kid. It's not saying it's a good idea for them to be playing together, but they all been around each other because they're friends. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, they've been around each other because
Yes.
they were all friends.
Because they all were friends, exactly.
However, I have a 16-year-old son, and I would not send him solo with a friend of mine by herself. I mean, yeah, I get it that, she has a 5-year-old daughter, and Summer probably enjoyed playing with him, or he, was giving her attention, piggyback rides or what have you.
Yeah.
But I, just from the outside, I would not allow my 16-year-old to go with.
So that's always been a contentious subject matter with a lot of people, is what actually went on with Candace and H, what actually went on with H and the child, what actually he saw, did participate on that said day with she and the child. What all does he know about she, the child, that day? Candace's role as well. But as I've told people, and Allie makes a good point later on in this commentary, my son ain't done nothing to her. She ain't done to my son, so I'm going to go on and let him hang around. My children hang around her. But see, the flip of that coin is you all are making allegations in this commentary, different people. The grandmother's making allegations that she thinks something happened. She saw it with her own eyes. So then you have to question, did she ever say something to Allie beforehand? Hey, something's not right between Candace and your boy. You need to quit letting him go around her. See where I'm going?
I think that was said.
Okay.
I think that was said.
So that means, let's say that happened, and she allowed her child to go around him anyway. Another issue was you all gossiping about her being upset with Candace about the alcohol situation. Well, then that lets us know that she really didn't care for her son H then. See, there's a flip of the coin pertaining to these people. Everything is damn near 4 or 5 sided. I'm going to let him go hang with her anyway, even though I don't get along with her for whatever reason. But then you got to ask yourself the reasons. One, she tells us in this commentary later on, it was this Jose issue and theft, her stealing stuff from her. But she still let her child go hang. That makes no sense, because why am I going to let my child go hang with somebody who's been stealing from me? And some people still wouldn't want to go around even if it was the Jose issue. Well, she's betrayed me. I don't want my kids in her company. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I totally see that. And I think maybe Allie allowed him to hang around her because she just didn't want the responsibility of, having to deal with him for that particular day or the days that he would go with her. It's less stress off her back. He's not home. And
it's probably a combination of everything. They got a
bad parent.
They got a wayward relationship. The relationship isn't good like it should be, where she's a parental figure. He's been active. He's been wayward, getting in trouble. Maybe he's hard to manage. I don't know. She's still on and off the fence with Candace because I don't think she really knew how to handle her relationship with Candace versus the relationship with Candace and her own children. Because in the end, if I felt betrayed by you, I don't know if I want my kids hanging around you. Now, people will do it with their family sometimes. You fall out with your sister, but you still let your kids hang over at your sister's house. But then the flip of a coin will be somebody else will say, hell no, I ain't letting my kids go over there and hang, even though I'm mad at my sister, my brother. So it depends on the individual. Because
Definitely.
we don't really know the truth of what these people are mad with each other about. Candace played coy with Chris Madonna that it was she was acting funny towards her and she thinks it's over Jose. But then when you listen to Allie speak, it's Jose and a money issue. Stuff coming up missing. So what is really the truth? Was it Jose or was it the money or was it both?
I think it was both.
And if you thought she was giving your child alcohol, did she get mad beforehand about alcohol or was it after the 15th? She got an attitude with her about the alleged tea situation.
You know.
You don't know.
We don't know. Number
one.
They're all bad parental figures. All of them.
I believe so. I don't believe Allie held her foot down on her children like
no, I don't think she did because
we hear that about the girl when she starts talking about her girl child.
I think that son of hers was a handful, and he probably ruled that house. You know what I mean? Like he reminds me of a child that's very disrespectful.
Okay.
So he probably was like, F you, I'm going to do what I want regardless of what you say, because there's 16-year-old, 15-year-old kids that are like that. They get, a pair of balls.
But could it also be a issue that he's not getting enough guidance, so he would be combative and act out?
Absolutely. The kid has no guidance.
Yeah, somebody in the chat is saying she didn't have a car, so possibly she was using Candace for a car because Allie doesn't have a car, grandma don't have a car, or granny, whatever grandma you want to talk about. I do find that interesting. Nobody in the family has an automobile.
Why? The question why? Why don't you have a car?
That's strange to me. Especially that Allie has a job, she's worked. Why don't you have a car? That's very odd. Does she even have a driver's license? Because if you've been going to work during this time before the 15th, you should have an automobile. Why would you not have an automobile? And we already know you've gotten stimulus money from 2020 onward for your children, so you should have an automobile.
They should have a lot of
that's something to focus on. And also the fact that she didn't have a place to live. You have children, which we already know the state of Tennessee gives you help with food stamps, medical with kids, and a place to live. She could apply for apartments that go by your income and also apply for the housing voucher if she's qualified. So I also find that strange when she was staying with Candace. You'll hear all that too. See, a lot of this don't add up. Allie's personal situation. The fact that she was living with her grandmother, who I thought was her mother at the time. Why did she not have her own place? Why was she staying with Candace? So then you have to ask the other question. Where were her children when she was staying with Candace? So now you want me to believe that her other children, I don't know how many she has, were staying in that pie hole up there on the hill when they don't even have adequate space. Bunk beds. We know two boys can sleep bed for bed. But something is off.
It's weird. It's
very off. You're gonna go stay 35 minutes away when obviously your grandmother would have space in her house. I'm assuming those are probably 2-bedroom, single, subsidized housing units. Why would you be staying with her unless grandmama didn't have that place back in 2020? So there are a lot of questions that don't have no answers. And the thing about it is these people really are not talking directly to give you those answers to the questions that you're asking.
They're dancing around it all. They're only giving you bits and pieces.
They're only giving you bits and pieces of stuff. And see, these people that's doing the interviewing, they don't know how to talk. Because I'm not going to let you dance around nothing. I'm going to ask you point blank anything I see that's odd, peculiar. I'm going to ask, how long have you been living in Kingsport? When did you move to Kingsport? Where have you been living since you've been in Kingsport? When you did the Chris Madonna interview, why were you living there? Where were you living when you went and stayed at Candace's house? How long were you staying at Candace's house? Where were your children when you stayed at Candace's house? What made you leave Candace's house? Why were you out there? Why do you not have a car? Queen is not going to leave a stone unturned. Because somebody's going to ask me, why didn't you ask her or him all those questions? You had the opportunity. Why didn't you ask? And they have every right to ask me. So when you do an interview, you're supposed to ask, what's the timeline? When were you here? How long were you there? Why were you there? What happened? See where I'm going?
No, I see where you're going. I think
because it's not even a story if you don't have a timeline and the reasons for a person being here, being there.
These people never thought any of
They're like
this.
vagabonds. That's basically what Allie was a vagabond. You're moving from pillar to post with children. Because what you have to ask yourself, did she stay at her house because she just wanted to spend time with Candace because she was alone, or she just didn't have a damn place to stay?
Well, honestly, it could be either or.
Either or, exactly.
It really could be. They all have lived this life. They enjoy this life. This is the crap that they're used to living. They love it.
Marie says, they acting like movie stars. Please just talking and talking, but can't tell where Summer is. Well, everybody's famous now. Here we go.
I just don't understand.
Where's that at? What about that cemetery across the street from them? You ever been to the house? You been up there?
There were certain things I didn't like, so I just cut my ties.
Your deodorant on.
Like what? What didn't you like?
Okay.
Sherry said she cut ties with her because she was giving alcohol to her children. So see, now you have to question, why would Allie still have been friends with her if indeed she stayed on as a friend, or was she already cut her ties before Sherry? I think Sherry was the last one, if I'm not mistaken, from the Facebook post. Because those pictures I saw were months before she and Sherry at the Chili's, and that was months before Summer went missing. By then, I think her and Allie were on the outs. Months before, I think that was March or April of 2021. It's very interesting information. So here we go. She's saying she gave alcohol. I cut my ties with her, Sherry. Then now, Allie. One is going to question, why would you then let your son go with Candace Bly on June 15th, 2021?
Because she didn't want to have to deal with him.
Okay, what are you doing?
What?
I hear noise in the background. What are you doing?
Sorry. I'm getting in the car to take my
in the garage or something. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, here we go.
That maybe one for
Is the house? Is that?
And you're lucky. And the father would take the little girl in the shower and run her downstairs to go to sleep one night naked. No night.
That's ridiculous. Like, Ryan won't even.
Now she's speaking of Don taking the child into a shower and going downstairs to sleep bald naked. I'm dead. I need coffee. I'm sorry.
That's
Go
disturbing.
ahead. Well, you know what's disturbing? As I've been saying, everybody got something to say after the fact.
Oh, yeah. Why the hell were they not saying it to begin with? Man, I'd be down.
Well, allegedly, when Allie first came out, they did say, from my understanding, because I didn't watch all those interviews, that these people are the ones that went and told CPS about what allegedly was going on up there with these people. But see, what I want to know is how long were you hanging with them before you decided to call CPS? Because I think all these people were hanging with them, and then they didn't start calling CPS until after they fell out with Candace. So by then, that's not right. You understand what I'm saying, Kinsley? I don't know what she Jesus. Hold on, you guys. One second. Okay, so that's the number one question. Did you continue to hang around this woman as a friend, Allie, knowing her flaws, things that weren't proper, but you only decided to call CPS after you fell out with your friend? Thank you for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans.
Like too many things can be said anymore. So like my daughter's father will get together about because
You know,
What's their house look like inside? Is it a mess? Did you see like what did you see all over
now
the
it's
place?
like you go in there and get garbage.
Garbage on the floor and stuff? How many adults they got?
I don't think she was that bad. Yeah,
Once again, she's now talking about garbage on the floor. Goes back to my question I just asked. How long did you stay friends with her when you saw the property, which we all saw with the interview done on YouTube? The property was in disarray, probably still in disarray. You went inside of the house, disarray. How long Sherry, Allie, whomever else, stayed friends with her knowing she lived the way she lived? How long did you remain friends with Candace Bly-Wells? Because as I've said, to come talk about a person after the fact, tell their business, talk about the head roaches, unclean, head lice, pubic lice, whatever, you still hung around the person for how long? Did you tell the person, hey, you need to clean up your house, clean up your property? Hey, I don't like the way you're treating your children. Hey, it's inappropriate for your child to be running around the house naked. Hey, why is your child having a shower with the father? Hey, why is your child sleeping in a bed naked with a grown man and yourself? Or however. But we already know most people aren't going to be able to tell a person that. Hey, why is he in the bed naked with his own child? Who's going to tell somebody that? Probably nobody. Thank you for joining me.
Or how many adults they got?
I don't think she was that bad. Yeah, she's
No, she was mad at her. But that's mother-daughter thing. Don't worry about that. Who? Okay, let me ask you something. Do you believe the kidnapping theory? If it was, who could have kidnapped you? Like, I mean, do they have any like enemies?
Probably, I don't know what.
It just doesn't make sense, right? Like, we went there and we saw all around beach creek up to Ben Hill, and it's that 11 acres there, up on top of the hill. How can somebody? Yeah, but how can somebody just come out of the middle of nowhere and say, "Hey, we're gonna go kidnap you"?
And the little girl, okay, the cellar, all right, in the basement. Go out the door. And somebody kidnapped her. First of all, I gotta go goddamn rickety ass driveway. You know, and all that. There's no way.
Let's talk about the relationship between Sherry and Allie. It has been said in this commentary that there was some rift going on. So what was the rift between Sherry and Allie? Is it too personal? They didn't want to mention it in this commentary. I find that interesting. She also mentions about the driveway. She doesn't believe the kidnap theory because of the way it's broke up. I've always said that at the beginning of my lives pertaining to this storyline. I didn't see anybody going up the drive to kidnap a child because, one, you had to have known that the child was there. Two, you'd have to know where the child was. Three, they'd been gone all day, leaving behind children, Candace Bly. So why would a person decide to kidnap the children, kidnap this one child and not the boys? So that means Summer was the target. Still goes back to all question 1 and 2. How did you know when she'd be home, where she would be, on the property, in the property? She could have been gone with somebody at church, another function, somewhere else. You would have to have known the child was there in order to get the child out. Too many people on the property not to hear you coming up the driveway. Main factor, the driveway was broke up. If I don't know anything about the driveway, I'm getting ready to risk tearing up a standard car to go up the driveway. That's why they're driving an SUV. Stay woke. The terrain. Why would I risk going through a trail to kidnap a kid? When, one, I still have to have known all the factors. That they're there, where she is, how to get her out unnoticed. Unless someone gave her away deliberately. If you want to involve an outside factor as taking the child. Thank you for joining me.
Constantly go to that flower bed to justify why that was there, and it just kind of seems to about it.
Yeah.
Would you mind going and so we can just Allie? I was looking at it.
Well, hopefully they're held accountable. I mean, it's sick and like that. You know, it's a child. Does a lot of people know about that around here? This case, like, is it talked about, or just it is? We were. Has media came and talked to you at all? Did any media come talk to you? Any media comes up? No. What about police? Did police come there? They did. TBI?
Oh. I know that, what? I know
I'm on the library, and I have one of the biggest voices in the YouTube community. Is there anything that you want to say?
And you see, you got multiple people talking. So you see Miss MGL telling people she's got one of the biggest voices in the YouTube community. That means nothing to nobody. Because there are a lot of people who watch YouTube and they don't know who you are, dear. You mean you have a big mouth.
She got a huge mouth.
Yeah. But you're not one of the biggest people in YouTube. Somebody like Tasha K.
She just wants
would be somebody in a big in the YouTube community that's big. Somebody with a lot of followers. You're not. So you're tooting your own horn for your own sake, which is, I believe that's the reason why you got involved in this case in the first place. Because you had already said you didn't follow the case and you didn't talk about it every day. So one would have to question your motives of why the hell you went down there to the holler in the first place. See, that makes no sense to me either. A person not following the case, not talking about the case, but then they're going to pop up in the location where the child is missing many months later. For what reason? And stir up trouble on the ground, not one time, but 2 times. When you saw how the people treated you the first time you came, would meet with you, why would you go back? See, that makes no sense to me. That's why I know you're doing all this shit for clicks and views, and it's disgusting and it's vile, and I'm saying that.
Yeah, clicks, views, money. You know, in the beginning, she wasn't even talking about the little girl.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But so then why would you show up months later to go around asking people questions? You've had months to ask these people. Anything you want to ask them about the case, neighbors, hippie house, Pookie, Ray Ray, whoever. And I tell people to stay woke. These people didn't come out to the public, to the news to talk about the story. People who lived in the community, neighbors, friends, associates of the Wells. Always remember that. None of these people went to the news originally just to say, yeah, I saw the little girl yesterday. I saw the girl at church. She looked fine. She looked happy, blah, blah, blah. I know the mother. I know the father. That's what I find very peculiar. Nobody has spoken to the news pertaining to the Wells and Summer Wells.
You know what I think is funny when you go back and you listen to that interview where she's at the watering hole with Chris McDonough?
Yeah.
And she says, I come out here because I like to be by myself. Yeah. I don't like a lot of people around.
Right.
And then she pauses and she said, you know, because of COVID. Bullshit. Lady, you're all over YouTube. You're on everybody's channel.
Well, that's not the same though. Being on panels and COVID are not the same. She's in her house talking to people on YouTube.
She reminds me of being very socially awkward.
Mm-hmm. Well, she is awkward. She's awkward in appearance. She's awkward in her demeanor. She can't talk well. 1 minute she's a true Southern, and next minute she's half gangster. I don't know, half ghetto. I don't know who she is. You know, she's just something's very off with Candace, because really she's stuck between 2 worlds. I think of being, you know, part boyish, part female. And I think that's something she's grappling with. You understand what I'm saying?
I get it.
It's like a mix of everything. A little boyish, a little female. I don't think she knows where she's supposed to be.
I think possibly she was always trying to fit in somewhere and never knew which way she was, you know, or which place.
And she probably is confused. She's probably confused about her identity and where she wants to be, which, you know, my thing is be who you want to be.
Absolutely.
But at 40, almost 40 years old, I think at some point you're going to have to choose a box to say, I'm a little this, I'm a little that, I'm a little country, I'm a little whatever. Just pick a box. Just be done with it.
At this day and age, you know, people don't, well, there is people that, but most people don't care what you identify as.
But they don't care.
What I mean? But
if you're confused, then it's going to be a problem for you. It ain't going to be a problem for me or somebody else. They just gonna be waiting to see what box you choose. I mean, that's what people do. They can say, well, eventually they'll come on out when they're ready to come on out, or they'll straddle the fence. She might like guys, she might like girls. Or it might be that she's masculine, but she likes men. You do have a lot of women who are masculine, but they do like men. I've seen a lot of masculine women who prefer men. They don't wear makeup. They don't, care. They don't care about carrying a pocketbook or purse. But I've seen women that are masculine that wear full makeup.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of women like that. They wear full makeup, but they're boyish. Or
I have a friend that's like that. You know,
Mhm.
she has a short pixie cut, and she likes, dressing more boyish. But she's been married for 25 years and loves men. She says.
Yes.
So
yes.
There are women and men that prefer to be either more feminine or more masculine.
Yes. Okay, let's finish them up.
Please say it. Just say it now, and I promise that message will be heard loud and clear.
John goes on mother and grandmother knows where that baby is. And probably the father does too.
Now that's the grandmother speaking.
I was on YouTube the other night. A lady text message.
Sorry about that commercial. That was the grandmother speaking that the Candace and Candace knows where the baby is.
Of course they do.
Now this is Allie.
On Facebook. She went through some of my friends list and she got a home assistant report. And my Tom was on Facebook and he said, well, YouTube, he said that my 12-year-old daughter, who said her name and what we called her. I heard it. Has a badass body. Has a body from fucking hell. Yeah. We have that. And we have well. I do know.
So when you heard that, what happened? Like, what was your thoughts when you heard that? You were like,
fucking sick motherfucker, something like that.
I mean, we can catch charges. That's it. Like, no grown ass man needs to be talking about a 12-year-old like that.
And I know that he also even gave their alcohol, because he gave my grandkids alcohol and did something to them.
who?
Donnie.
Donnie did something to your grandkids? What did Donnie do to your grandkids? When?
When we used to hang up there, and they used to stay the night.
So all this is coming out about a comment about Allie's daughter from Dawn, posted on a Facebook post. Now Sherry, the mother of Allie, is saying that he molested their children. So now this is where I have the problem with all these people. Then why did you not press charges or have an investigation into the allegations?
I can't even answer that because I'm speechless.
And I'm not saying it's true or not true. All I'm saying is, if I suspected Candace of giving her child alcohol, I would have called CPS, police.
Absolutely.
If I thought Don had molested my grandchildren, I would have called the police.
I would have been down there knocking on their door.
That's my point. So all these allegations of child molestations with their own children, grandchildren, giving Candace giving the little girl alcohol and the boys alcohol, whomever. Why? I'm going to say it again. Where was CPS in this invest into the lives of these people? Or were they investigating and we just don't have no proof? Because I don't know what to believe as far as CPS and the Wells case up before the 15th.
See, I don't either. And my thing is I know somebody that used to work for CPS for about 20 years, and I was talking to her recently about it. And I said, is it normal for CPS to go out and, do an unannounced visit,
Mm-hmm.
and you go and you knock on their door and they don't answer. You go back 2 or 3 times.
You're going to go back, and then you'll go back with a warrant, and you don't have to.
She said, yes,
push the door open.
That is how it's done.
That's how it's done.
They go back, they get a warrant.
Because that's what was done here in Tennessee with the woman whose the baby's drowned in the swimming pool and had the illegal daycare. Keep coming. Next time police standing there, she opened the door.
Exactly, because they're coming with a warrant. They're coming in your house. So
do you believe Don? Well, let's go here. Let me get my coffee too. Do you believe Don molested these said children? Grandchildren.
Look, he's a sexual predator, possibly, right?
Okay.
He's possibly a sexual predator. If he, in fact, sexually SA'd his sisters. It's likely that he did it to his own children or child, and it's likely that he probably groped or attempted to or said, uncandid things to these other children. I think it's a possibility.
Okay.
I mean, he looks like a sick SOB.
Well, what I think is sickening is him making references to a child, a 12-year-old's body.
Anybody ever made a sexual innuendo to one of my
the person
children?
to think he has some issues with being attracted to children, because even if she does have a shapely body, you're not supposed to be repeating it. Even if you look at her and thought, even if you look at her and say to yourself, okay, she's shapely for a 12-year-old, you should never repeat it.
Absolutely not. That's not something that you don't even say that out loud.
Don't you find it strange? She's also the same child that said, allegedly, he didn't want sleeping in the house that time. Remember that? When Candy made her sleep in the truck, if that's the same little girl.
Yeah, that's
very
bizarre. If that is true, then Candace knows her husband is a predator.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what takes me back to that. Is it possible that Candace knows he's attracted to young girls?
Absolutely.
That's why she didn't want the girl and her friend to sleep in the house.
Absolutely. Candace knows her husband is a sexual predator or attracted to young ladies. Therefore, she made her sleep outside because she knew in her gut that he may try to grope her, touch her, verbally say some, unnecessary crap to her. Candace knows a lot.
Okay, 1 minute, I'm coming.
The whole thing is disgusting. Ain't nobody need to be talking to nobody. These people don't need to be knocking on doors. They don't need to be going up this hill. We don't need to be at no church.
Okay.
We have, we don't need to do YouTube carousels and hop channel to channel. These people should have just talked to law enforcement and let it alone.
Well, they can't talk to law enforcement because law enforcement isn't going to tell a random stranger anything about an investigation. That's why they're going around to people's doors and stuff doing that.
It's none of our business. It's none of our business. I truly feel it's going to end up like the Cal City Boys.
Well, it's already there. It's already 9 months. It's already 9 months in, so.
They're waiting. They're strategically waiting. I think they have enough, but I think they're waiting for that last little bit that maybe she's gonna speak or slip.
I think they're looking for a body. Is what I think.
You know what?
Bones, rather, remains. Excuse me.
That's why they keep going to the same.
Yeah, that's why they keep going back. Okay.
That little girl's out there. Her bones are out there where they have went back multiple times.
Okay.
They know something. Either technology told them.
Yes.
But the kid, I thought she was
Did you see bruises on them or on your?
Kids are always off going around.
But Don, you're saying Don Wells gave your grandkids alcohol? That's what what's your little one's name?
Michelle.
Michelle. How old is Michelle?
She's 9 now.
She's not. When was this? How old is she then? How old was she then?
About 7, 8. Yeah.
7 or 8, and she said that Don gave her alcohol? Oh my gosh.
Go ahead.
I couldn't hear it. I need you to tell me because it's muffled on my end.
One of the grandchildren was 7 or 8. She's 9 now, or 9 at that time they did the interview. That Don gave her alcohol. It's one of Sherry's grandchildren.
Hell, it's possible. Anything is possible. I mean, but then you have to think of it this way. What if the grandchild was in the presence of the Wells and, there was a beer bottle or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
And the kid just picked it up and took a swig. That's
True.
a possibility. Kids
Could be.
do that all the time.
Could be anything because these people drink.
Right.
So anything's possible when they're drinking. And that's one thing that came up is that when all these people were gathering over the years, they were friends. Where were their children when they were imbibing?
They were right there with them,
Right.
watching them be, drunk and high or whatever
Talking,
it is.
everything. And hearing grown folks' conversations and this, that, and the
Yeah.
other. Yes.
They watched it all.
Okay. Here we go.
Gave her alcohol?
I don't have.
Oh my gosh.
It's my great grandma when CPS went to go and Jackie's in a mental institution. She's been there since March. Oh yeah, she ain't getting out anytime soon. But when Journey.
What about, did God give them drugs, you think?
Why?
What kind of drugs? Like, what would it be? Like,
I have to sit on a porch. I don't know now, but in the summer, I don't know if it's what the other shit that I smoke.
what about, who's her name? Candace? Mother?
Candace.
No, what about the mother, her mother?
Her mother's name was Candace too.
Did you ever meet her?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Why? You see her do drugs ever?
No, she just popping pills. Her pills.
Popping pills. Did you ever see her hit any children?
She threatened that if they didn't listen, she's gonna whoop their ass. But I heard that she did.
Or she did? Who'd you hear that from?
So now Sherry's saying that she heard that Candace threatened the children or would threaten the children, but she heard that she also hit the children.
Maybe those kids are badass little kids. I mean, she did say in the beginning.
Well, people are allowed to chastise their children how they see fit. I don't judge nobody for spanking their kids. Some people believe in spanking, some don't. Everybody's different. So I grew up getting a spanking, so I can't take it.
It's a possibility. I mean, didn't she say in the beginning that, or somebody said in the beginning that the boys kicked her in the knee?
Yeah, because they were wayward. Why would you kick your own grandmother in the knee? Now,
because they're not disciplined. They're not disciplined.
But then one could also say they were horsing around, playing around the grandmother, roughhousing. She was telling them to get on. Maybe they kicked her by mistake. I don't know because she didn't specify they kicked her deliberately, so we don't know. Did they kick her deliberately or was it an accident?
They didn't specify.
You think they did it on purpose?
I mean, they look like a bunch of heathens.
No, that's not nice.
Yes, it is.
Instantly. I'm not going to judge those boys because I'm looking at their parents.
Well, you're right. You can't.
So I can't judge those kids if they were wayward because I'm looking at the parents and look how they act. Why would I expect these children to be saints or be wayward?
There was probably never any
children that would act and behave properly because you can still try to raise your kids appropriately and they still act out. See, that's the thing. A child has his or her own mind. Doesn't matter if I go to church, I'm trying to raise them right. I don't curse. I don't do this. Your child turns out the way he or she wants to turn out. I mean, you heard people say they've tried to discipline their children even young, and the children were just wayward. Okay, we're going to finish this.
Or she did. Who'd you hear that from?
The kid, her kid.
I don't get her kids. Oh, her kids.
Okay, so the kid said that she would hit them.
You think she was part of this?
Or her kids
covered up or something?
I think she was involved with something happened.
And we're sorry everything's going.
The mother, the grandmother.
It's not fair.
And I think the
father is buried on their property.
So she's saying Candace and the father, she believes her father.
I'm telling you guys, we're all on the same page. Why won't do that thing authorities on my property to search?
Something
If it was my kid, I'd be like, have at it. Yeah.
Matter of fact, he put no trespassing signs all over the trees around the house. Oh, this is under surveillance, a trespassing. No one can come on my property. He doesn't even want packages going up this thing. He has a drum as a driveway, 110. Yeah, and he doesn't want anybody.
Yeah. Why was she left?
The grandmother left state?
Yeah.
Who?
I knew she wasn't allowed, but I remember she took off because she didn't want to answer questions because she's been there before. Candace's mother, Candace.
And her daughter, Rosemary Blind.
Let's go there. MGL is running her trap as usual. You don't know why Candace left because Candace would never tell you and law officials wouldn't tell you.
I think
so. So do you think she left because she didn't want to answer questions? She left weeks later. So she really didn't want to be involved. She saw what happened to the child. She has information on what happened to the child. She would have been Johnny on the spot out of there within a day or two.
That's what I was going to say. If she was truly running and didn't want to answer questions, she would have been gone that day, or that night, that morning, the next morning. If she waited, I mean, she probably waited around for them to come and question her, and she just said, "Oh, forget it. I'm going to go do what I got to do." And
yeah, because this is the thing. You don't really know nothing because they ain't going to tell you the pertinent things you want to know. And I can't see her staying as long as she did weeks later. Yeah, she really was scared. They were coming around asking questions all the time, bringing them down to the precinct. And that's another thing I want to address in this live. One thing Don and Candace have never told you is how many times they've talked to law officials pertaining to Summer Wells. They're never going to tell you that, ever. They will never, ever tell you how many times law officials called them in to interrogate them, call them on the phone, meet with them, because they already know you've been yapping on here, social media. I'm not about to give them no more information to gossip about how many times they've called us downtown to hold a conversation about this little girl. So that's why I know nobody knows the real reason why Candace left. If indeed she's the type that she goes up the highway back and forth every other month, every 2 to 3 months, she may do. But that's the thing. She's grown. She's entitled to go where she wants. It just looks bad because of a missing child. Why would you leave your daughter with a missing daughter? Your granddaughter is missing and you would leave. That it looks very, you look heartless to me.
Well, we have to remember that
she got a good relationship with her because she told the news the other day, 2 weeks ago, Candace is my baby. Okay, so why would you leave your baby when her baby's missing?
Because they're not normal. They don't act or think like the rest of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know that. I already know that.
Their intentions are all over. I mean, I can't even talk straight this morning, but their intentions, I really think, are not pure.
I don't do no lives this early. It's because I slept all night, so that's why I was able to get up and do this. But
well, I worked 18 hours and I came home and I'm like, I better not go to bed yet.
Okay, I'm gonna let you finish this.
I might sleep.
Candace's sister went missing. Went missing. I know where that girl is buried because they told me a story one night that where they used to live, it was a cement driveway. Her kids were 3 and 4 and said, "Mommy's there, mommy's there." Why didn't they ever?
Where would that be? Like, where was that at?
Wisconsin or whatever.
In Wisconsin.
Yeah, wherever.
Candace got really drunk one night and said, "My sister was supposed to meet someone at a bar, her friends, and she never made it."
Who would have been responsible for her sister's death, the mom or Candace?
Both probably. Or Candace anyway, because I know Candace.
Let me stop right there. First of all, they don't have any proof that Candace was even up in Wisconsin at the time that the sister went missing, from my understanding. The husband is the one that gave the version that she was there, ate dinner, and left out. Now, the cousin who was supposed to be meeting her at the bar said she was never supposed to meet her. So somebody put out the version of her going to a bar allegedly to go meet somebody. I believe that probably came from her husband. In my mind, I believe the husband is responsible. If indeed the woman is no longer alive, I believe he's the one responsible for her disappearance because we already know that they were having marital problems. It's already been reported and documented of their going back and forth, fighting one another. Even Rose has her own criminal background of assault against the husband. They fought each other. So that took place months before she went missing, the physical assaults between the two. My right mind would tell me he would be the culprit because allegedly it's he and the father spinning the web of her leaving.
He killed her.
Yeah, I think he did. But I got information saying that the woman is alive.
Well, anything.
I do not know how true that is. That was a source that came to me many months ago that they got information that Rose Bly is alive. So I have yet to get any more information pertaining to that because I don't talk to that person at this moment. But I don't know what information they had to lead them to think that she's alive. But could it be possible that the woman just got tired of her life and walked away? But her friend said that she had children and she would not do that to her children.
Well, what if she walked away and went into one of those like underground
Yeah, but without her kids
agencies?
though. But she would have done it without her kids if she really wanted her kids.
Come on, we're talking about these people. They don't care about their kids.
Well, I can't say that now. Come on, kids. I can't say that about her because I don't know her.
Well, we don't know her.
I don't know anything about her.
It's a possibility that she figured that her kids were okay, her kids were safe, but they fought too much and she walked away.
Yeah, but listen, if her friend said she loved her kids, she wouldn't leave her kids. Why would she not just go underground with her kids? People have done that, gone underground with their children. They give them a new name, new identity.
Maybe she figured her kids were never in danger. I don't know. I mean, it's a possibility she's alive and she's somewhere, or if she's not, I have a feeling he got rid of her.
I think that's what he did. And I think he spun the web that she was going to meet somebody. So I don't put stock into all this. Her car was at the truck stop. She met a trucker. Candy worked at a business laundromat at a truck stop. That shit don't mean nothing. That's why I said people just make up stuff that you don't got no receipt to. I think I go by what was seen. These two had serious marital problems. She was wanting to leave the husband. Then it says he wanted to leave her. I think they got explosive and he did away with his wife.
Yep, I think so too.
Because that's usually the culprit, especially when you got domestic assault involved.
It's possible. I think he killed her.
Yeah,
he was tired of her for whatever reason.
Yeah, she probably threatened to leave him, and he went on and did something to her. Or he probably told her, "You can't have the children if you leave."
Oh, that's possible too.
Yeah, because that I believe was said that allegedly he threatened to divorce her.
That's possible also.
It's very sick. All right, let these hands finish. This is so long we breaking this up like this, but
do you think CPS should ever put the boys back in the house?
No, not at all. No.
No. I appreciate your passion. It seems like you know, and you know.
Those kids come here in the summer before summer goes. They're filthy, and so is the mother. They never cooked dinner. They always ate frozen pizza and whatever else.
The little one, Waylon, he showed up here. He had a 3rd-degree burn.
What? Oh, wait.
Sorry. Commercial. Okay, that's some very sad information. Allie was speaking there about little Waylon showing up with a 3rd-degree burn. Her mother, Sherry, speaking of them cooking frozen pizzas, that's not eating properly, dirty, nasty, coming to their house. What do you have to say about that?
Well,
which I think we already knew that from photographs, that the children were not clean.
Right. Some women or men, they don't take pride in, their home. They don't care if it's clean.
No, they don't. And people still hang around them too. Let's speak about that, because all these people talking right now hung around them. So that's why I said, what's the timeline of everybody hanging with Candace Blythe? Because you still hung around this funky, nasty, trifling, drinking, smoking mother, giving her kids drugs, alcohol, whatever you're accusing her of. And she also hung around you, funky, nasty, with her funky, nasty kids.
Number one, Candace don't look like she showers anyway. Poor little Summer.
Say it again.
Candace doesn't look like she showers herself.
No, she wore that wife so many times, that blue one, throughout through this case. I thought, will somebody please go to Walmart and buy her a fucking wife beater? I'm sick of looking at that nasty blue wife beater turned inside out without a brassiere.
Little Summer, in almost all of the pictures, that we've seen, she doesn't look kept.
No, she doesn't.
She doesn't look clean. Yeah. Her hair, and one of those pictures, her hair looks like it's matted and sticking up in the back. She didn't look clean. The poor boys. In one of the pictures in the very beginning, there was the 3 boys standing outside somewhere, and they looked like the one little one looked like he had on clothes from a 20-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And
too big. Yeah, one of them, I remember the clothes were big.
Shoes that are just way too big. You can dress your children decent. If you don't have the money to, shop department stores, you've got Walmart, you've got Goodwill, you've got Savers.
Yeah, you have a lot of
There
places
is-
you can buy t-shirts. And boys
Yes.
go fast, so I wouldn't be spending a lot of money on basic stuff like t-shirts, stuff, t-shirts and things they can put on when they come home from school, take their good school clothes off,
Right.
and jump around in some old pants and jeans and t-shirts. You can get them anywhere from the thrift store and what I call 5 and dime stores. You can find some cheap places to buy t-shirts for boys. And naturally, I'd be buying up like in the range of 30, 40, 50 t-shirts because they are boys.
They're boys. They're outside.
It's expensive to buy, children clothes because they grow out of their clothes very quickly.
And her boys seem to be outdoors, type of children. And
Smoky Mountain says I would have felt in danger around them. Well, you're not going to feel in danger if you have the light mind. So see, it's easy to judge these people, but they don't look too kemped up right here. I'm sitting here looking at Sherry, and Sherry doesn't look very nice in this interview. She's in an old sweatshirt that's hanging over her hands, jogging pants, without a brassiere. She doesn't look very ladylike in this picture here.
Some women are just not kept. They don't give two shits about what they
Well, that's what I'm saying. So everybody's talking bad about Candace, but you all look just like Candace.
And
why are you all standing outside in the cold? Let me start there. Why is this interview once again outside in the cold? Why are you all not asking, can we go inside and sit inside
because
and talk?
It's a freaking mess.
Why didn't you take them out to breakfast or lunch? Hey, can we take you out to the Waffle House or Cracker Barrel? We could sit and have a conversation about this. They're standing out there in the cold. This guy, he eventually runs off to go warm his hands up because he's naturally standing out here filming these people because he likes to wear shorts. Honey, yeah, it gets cold here in Tennessee. Not even prepared for an interview. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I get it.
Because you're too busy trying to hunt these people down to get views and likes for your channel. You're not even properly dressed to film an interview. But the most polite way to do an interview is, one, to be prepared and ask the people, can I take you somewhere or can we come inside your house? So while everybody's talking about Candace's nasty house, why is this interview number 2 standing outside on a public street instead of going inside of a house where there's heat?
Probably because it's a pigsty.
Yeah, that's my point. Granny don't want you in her house, obviously. They did the Chris Madonna interview on the porch in fucking heat. And Tennessee heat is hot because it gets very humid here. Stay woke. They put a dining room table on a front porch if it wasn't already there. Why didn't they go inside then? Okay?
He didn't want
Who wants to sit outside in the heat to do an interview?
Well, and they don't have courtesy either, probably. They don't have common courtesy. Hey, would you like to come in?
Yeah, but my thing is, there's a reason why you probably didn't.
Because it's a
didn't want them inside. Okay, so now fast forward, it's winter. New group of people wanting to be in your business, getting hot gossip to the street, and now you're standing out in the cold with some new strangers. Don't you find that interesting?
Yep, it's weird.
Summertime, you're on the front porch with a whole different person. Wintertime, you got a whole bunch of messy boots, and you're standing out in the damn cold with them. So that leads you to believe nobody wanted them in their house.
I agree.
And you're stupid enough to stand out there in the cold, interviewing them in the cold.
Well, they made a lot of money in donations. Those messy boots did. They very well could have took them to the Waffle House, Denny's, Cracker Barrel, IHOP.
They took Dudley. They took Dudley out to eat.
Yeah, they took Dudley out for drinks and a meal.
Yeah, so you want to stand out here hour for hour talking to a bunch of strangers in the cold. Your videographer, he's about to freeze to death and catch pneumonia. You don't think to tell these people, hey, you got a little time, can we go take you over here to the Waffle House, McDonald's, we sit around the round table and chop it up and get the sad information. Yeah, Smoky Mountain, you would have said that. Would you like to come inside? But they didn't. That's why I know that house is probably unkempt too.
Wood stove down there in the basement. She showed me that he got work. Now they took him to the house.
Candace, or, Summer?
Was listening, yeah.
Where they all slept.
They all slept down there.
All the big stuff down in the basement? All in one room?
Too many people talking. Can't even get
Somebody
understanding.
slept with mommy and daddy in the bed. They didn't even have a door in the bedroom. No.
Welfare safety has been that one. They sectioned that whole part off.
Yeah, they sectioned that off. Yeah. 'Cause we went up
She's saying
there.
something about they sectioned it off. I don't know what that means, but the bathroom area.
When he did her interview with her, she took him to her nasty house.
When she got a taxi, she came down to my house and wanted me to go out with her. So I went and I said, she wanted us to go up and visit, but the kids wanted to see the dogs. And so I only did it for the kids' sake, and that's when she had a bathroom partition up.
Bathroom partition.
It's sad, and we want answers. I mean, we want answers. We want to find her.
I wonder what happened.
We want to know.
But she was out here, you guys loved
Mother,
her.
we loved her like she was our own. I really to help with the kids and everything, you know. I like to spend my at my house, gave them fully cooked meals, they would take showers.
TBI speak to you?
Yeah.
What they said? Like, what were they asking?
They just,
Just went over the,
Did that day what happened?
yeah, they won't, they
Before.
won't tell us anything. They won't tell us nothing, but
How many TBI came?
first time we were, Bobby was here. No, that was later on that night. That was also.
She said TBI wouldn't tell them anything.
First time they came over, there was two. Then I got
Two officers first time.
And they came back.
They came back.
And that was like, no, that was when I was getting ready to go to work, remember? Leslie was here, she had to leave for work. They're gonna wait for that day, and she said, don't you dare. And then I was gonna go to work, mom was gonna bring me, and late, and they came back.
and then that guy that tried to kidnap Hunter.
Who tried to kidnap Hunter?
Jeremy, Duggan.
Yeah.
He worked with, bikers against, long Georgia,
Bikers against trafficking, human trafficking?
yeah, and child abuse. And
So why do you try to kidnap Hunter?
Hunter's father had reached out to him, I guess, and was concerned for my son's safety,
Because of this Wells incident.
but he didn't care until,
It's freezing out there.
he didn't care until there was a reward out for summer. And then him and Jeremy came up with an idea to come up and get Hunter. And I was at the football field, when I read it on Facebook, plain as day, Jeremy Duggan left the thing saying that his name and everything, he had a transfer order to transfer my child from Tennessee to New York. I panicked. I went to the police department. They told me if anyone shows up, call them to be right over.
Now they
No one showed up.
40 acres of land.
So I went to work. Grandma was here with the kids.
11.2.
Well, I think there's more than that.
Grandma was here with the
One
kids.
time she said that
I'm on my lunch break.
they owned over
I get my
30
phone's home blasted.
acres of land. We went on a couple different parts where they used to ride with, boys used to ride with their boats. And there's a lot of wood. There's a big old drive down there.
I said, I got a family emergency. Bye.
What about that shed at the bottom of their hill? What is
Call
that?
Grandma up. So listen,
That's
Dad,
one
can I get you
at
a
the
lunch?
bottom of the hill. I never been to that one.
The beach hill right there.
But if you go down the road a little bit,
And that's be nerve-wracking for you guys.
that's where they used to ride the dirt bikes and boys. And there's a garage there, and there was like, oh, an old vehicle there. There was a,
And, so,
and the kid would wander off
we
and
all
go play
know
in the
at the
water
secret
in the tree.
first one went to the Kingsport City Police Department. Told everyone there. They said, we don't want to know where anyone's at because you don't know who's watching or nothing. I said, all right. I said, if they show up, because we told them, I'm sure they called them when they were coming, that we were gonna, that
For those who appreciate the hidden.
Oh, sorry about that. Got to get the revenue in. Hold on 1 second.
we were gonna, that they didn't prove. So me and Leslie came here, we changed clothes, because we're the one room. And that's what I was to check out here. Came here, got ready. Back down on the phone, telling everyone to be quick. And 5 seconds later, the white truck from Georgia showed up. They beat the horn, they wanted my son to climb out through the window. Leave some of his stuff on the side of the house and get in your car to leave. They're gonna run into his house, quick and that. He ain't take my kid nowhere. What? Me, Leslie, and her husband met, everybody on my porch. Told her to. Yeah.
So they actually contacted
Marie, you're
the
funny.
knowledge.
Okay, so how you feel about that? About Mr. Duggan? I've had him on the show late summer pertaining to going down there to get Hunter. He was sent down there by the father to pick him up because he had a court order and Andrew couldn't go himself to pick up his child. Now they're saying he was trying to make the boy climb out of the window, but Hunter didn't want to go. I will say this much. After seeing the father talk and come to YouTube, I can see why the boy probably wouldn't want to go, because he to me is not a proper role model either. And I don't know how much time the boy has spent with the father or what the relationship was like then or now. But after him coming to YouTube and running his mouth, I couldn't see him being a proper role model for boy H.
No, not at all.
But he had a court order, so by law, she was supposed to let the man see his child.
You know, yeah, it's court ordered. I find it strange that they didn't, law enforcement didn't enforce that, but maybe
they was wrong not to. Yeah, because I got sent the documents not too long ago, the other court order, so she should have adhered to it because it's only right.
I wonder if law enforcement said he can't leave.
Well, maybe. But I got word that
to.
she's on his channel. I just got word yesterday that she's done an interview with Andrew. So obviously they've made up since that interaction by Jeremy.
Well, the father don't look too.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
To parental himself.
Him deciding to let us know his preferences and talking. I just knew then. Here we go. Another clown from jumping out of a clown car for attention. Even though I think he already had a YouTube channel beforehand, because I think it goes back a couple years, but still, just the fact that he wants to start talking and this and that, I just was like, wow, here we go. It's just,
I don't understand why they all want to come to YouTube.
Huh?
I said, I don't understand why they all want to come to YouTube and hop up, on the box and run their mouth.
Well, Allie and H started that, though. See, that's what people don't seem to understand. They are the first to come out to YouTube. It's Allie and H, or somebody reached out to them. I just don't understand why they would even have allowed themselves to get involved with YouTube that way, because I keep telling myself is that you've already been talking to TBI. You hear Allie saying how many times they came to see her, the family H. You should know that anything that you said to them can play out in court if there's ever an arrest. And plus this commentary you're giving now. So now you're sitting here talking about SA, alcohol, drugs, murder, cement, somebody buried over here. They said Rose Bly. You're not thinking about none of that shit you're saying will ever come back and bite you in the ass.
And I don't get why she didn't feel it was necessary to protect her child. He is a minor.
Yeah.
If my child was involved in or was, with somebody on the said day, that this child supposedly went missing.
Yeah.
There would be no talking to nobody other than law enforcement.
And that's what I don't understand. Is that why nobody is realizing that this is a real investigation of a child missing. Your child was in the company of this woman and the child and the grandmother. And you're steady talking to YouTubers, giving up information, giving your personal opinion, giving your testimony about your relationship with Candace Bly, giving your testimony with your relationship with the child and what you saw and how y'all were friends and what you fell out about, this and that. You don't ever think that none of that will play out in a courtroom. That's the part I don't get about any of these people, not thinking that it will not play out in a courtroom.
It's going to play out in a courtroom. It's on video. These people have recorded, documentation of the crap that, these other people said. It's going to be used.
And these YouTubers, they're going to love it because they've already shown that they're thirsty for any type of attention. They're just as lonely as Allie and all them in the storyline. Candace, they're all the same. They're all cut from the same cloth. That's why they all, the stars aligned for all of them to meet up. They're going to love somebody sending them a subpoena to come sit in court to say, what did Pookie tell you on the 15th and the 18th? And you flew down to Tennessee, and what did they tell you? And they going to try to dial up and put their good girdles on to look good. And it's just like, they don't get it. This is a real case of a real child. And you all have just made a mockery out of running around like chickens with your heads cut off to be seen. I just don't understand how anybody could just jump up. You don't even care that people are seeing you, talking to them, hanging out by the driveways. I ain't never seen no shit like this before.
You know,
I mean, they're more relentless than the paparazzi over in the UK. You know, chasing people around, chasing Princess Diana through a fucking tunnel and a car flipped. See where I'm going? Ran into a wall. That's how they act.
I don't get.
Like they're getting paid fucking hundreds and thousands of dollars to snap a picture or something.
This case
Weird.
has been made a mockery of because of all of these YouTube interviews. That's why there is no rhyme or reason to this whole entire case, is because of, messy boots and X,
You're breaking
Y,
out,
and
honey.
Z. Oh, I know, it's staticky over here. I said that's why there's no rhyme or reason to this case, is because everybody has made a mockery of it. There's, and everybody's jumping on somebody's panel to do an interview.
Yeah.
There's no timeline because everybody says something different.
Yeah. Well, I think she gets 2:30 here shortly about when she dropped off Boy H. That's why I kind of believe that it was the 15th. He was with her. I don't believe this was made up. I don't believe it was a day before. I believe it was the 15th. Because I think by now somebody would have came out and told us, law enforcement, that it wasn't the 15th. Come on.
Yeah, I think it was.
By now they would have already broke that down.
Something.
Yeah, they would have disputed that by now, that it wasn't the police.
Yeah, definitely. I think that.
He was scared.
Oh, yeah, everyone. He was taking screenshots of everything. He gave us all of his online information and.
Wow. So if you guys had a message for Don Wells, what would it be? Say.
About there. That's what we call her and what we call her. Keep her up. We're gonna pay for what he did to not only your kids, but ours as well.
And what's the message, if you have a message for Candace Wells?
Same thing. Listen, she was on Dr. Phil and
What did you think of that interview? We talk to people.
They all talk over each other. You can't even hear anything they're saying.
Have you ever heard of that?
No.
He asked a question, then Big Boob, she got to jump in and talk over.
I feel like I'm being interrogated all over. Let me ask you. If Hunter was missing, and you know that if the child's missing, you're going to be interrogated. But if your child was missing, would you give a damn?
If they came in and looked and searched your property, hell no. Go ahead.
Tear it up, right? Tear it up.
Resulted in finding your child. Because I've had a missing kid before. Yeah. My 17-year-old. Oh, she was only 17. And 2 days. She was 12.
She was
She
12.
got into the wrong group of kids. She had an older boyfriend.
And he was controlling and
She kept running off. Every time she ran off, whether she was in state custody or not, I was out here beating that paper day in, day out.
Me too.
I was the whole weekend.
And she would run from places, the lockup centers and everything. She called me.
When I found out where she.
So let's talk about that. Her child, Allie, speaking of her daughter running away, she knows what it's like to have a child missing. What we have to ask ourselves is, why was her child running away? We had gotten information that that same girl child, was the one that was running to Candace's house with her friend, slept in the back of a flatbed truck because Don didn't want her in the said house. So why was her child running away? Why was she in the state's care? Why was she running away from the facilities where she was housed, whether it were foster homes or was it juvenile delinquent facility? You have to ask all those questions because it's very pertinent when you start getting all this information and all these people are talking, very negatively about Candace Bly and Donna Wells. You also have to ask, you also had some demon seed stuff going on with your own children. I won't use demon seeds, but let's just say y'all had some stuff going on. Because now you have a wayward son who was getting into trouble before June 15th for whatever reason. Then you had a daughter who was running away at 12 because you say she was getting in the wrong crowd. Then the grandmother Sherry interjects saying she had a boyfriend, older, blah, 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 whatever the hell was going on. One, can't make kids stay in. They will walk out the door, run away. You can't lock them up in the house. What I want to know is what was going on in the household with Allie and her children. Was there not a stable environment? Or was it just a child being wayward? We don't know because we don't really know these people. But I'd like to know why the child was running away, and then how was the child getting over to Candace's house? Was Candace going to pick the child up, or somebody was dropping the little girl off? And why did she choose to go to Candace's house? Was she going there because she knew that she could do whatever she wanted at Candace, because Candace didn't make her own children mine? So you have to read between the lines of the information that you're getting. You can assume whatever you want because you really don't know anything. But we've seen how Candace acts. She and Don, they were not good role models for their children. So therefore, you could see how another wayward child would want to latch on to these people because they saw how they lived with their own kids. And if you're not making your own kids mine, you ain't going to make me mine. And if you're feeding your kids alcohol, drugs, pills, vapes, cigarettes, marijuana, joints, whatever, hell, I know I can do it at your house as well. That's why I always say, pay attention to the details. Because this girl has been around the Wells because her mother was friends with Candace. So she knows how they live. She's been to their house. She sees how she acts. She knows she probably, got turned up, drunk, high on something. She's out here running around the streets doing God knows what. Mother worrying about her. Allie's telling you she did hit the pavement, looking for her child. But we still have to ask Allie, what were you not doing for your child to be running around in the streets, hanging with grown ups, wanting to be with an older boy? Naturally, she's a girl child. She can be just as combative and wayward as a boy child. And then we learned that the boy child, boy H, he ends up becoming a problem child. So now you're talking about two problem children in the same household. Is this an Allie problem and not a kid problem? So one could say, how can you talk about Candace Bly when you've had two wayward children also in your household? Are you possibly the reason that your children became wayward? It's just a question.
She was, I went banging on the chick's door.
Yeah. So then everybody else.
Why do you feel like have you just had it with Candace? Like, do you feel like she's ruined your life in a way? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, see, Mom had a falling out. Mom,
I fell out. I warned her not to go up there. I asked her not to.
I gave her the benefit of the doubt.
Begged her.
I begged my daughter, and we got.
And I really tried being there for her. But she crossed my. I had money that started coming up missing.
Before we get into the money missing in the Jose situation, why did Sherry fall out with Candace Bly? She does not go into details in this commentary, which I find interesting. Or if she did, it hasn't been relayed. Why did she fall out with Candace? She did mention early on that there was some issue with Candace. So much has been said, I damn near forgot what it is. Because see, a lot of this becomes white noise to me. Because you're never going to know the truth. You're just listening to different people's versions of what allegedly the truth is. And the truth also is your perception of the truth. What you see, I don't see. So whatever they may accuse Candace of, Candace will possibly deny and say, no, that never happened. That didn't happen. That's not the version I have. That's the thing about a story. His side, her side, and the truth. So what is the truth between Sherry not wanting to be friends with Candace and not wanting Allie to go up there to where it caused a rift between Allie and Sherry, the mother? But you will hear Allie tell you she doesn't judge people according to other people's perceptions, and she wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Once she crossed my, I had money that started coming up missing and everything. And me, I'm the type of person, I have to do it myself. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to sit here and listen to people, what to say about others. Because I know how it is.
You get that from me.
Did Candace ever cheat on Don Wells?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
With who?
Yes.
Like who?
Oh my God.
Name
I got moved back. One day she met a guy down here at the Shell station.
But he ended up fishing and
Took
swimming with
him
us.
swimming with us because she felt sorry for him.
Then
bought him everything, brought him up to her house,
told Donnie that it was my
told Donnie
friend.
that it was her friend.
And I told Donnie that it wasn't my
And they
friend.
tried saying it was not. I'm like, no.
And what happened?
I guess so the guy stayed there for a couple
He stayed
days.
there for a couple days, and then Donnie got sick alone because all the dead guy was talking shit.
And didn't know anything about work.
What was his name?
I don't even remember that.
I don't know, but he used to work up to.
Was he a younger guy? Like, is
Yeah.
he an older
He
guy?
was probably in his 30s at that.
Oh wow, maybe 40s.
I think he was in his 30s.
Let me chop it up right here. I'm playing an interview with Allie, Sherry, which is Allie's mother, the grandmother, another woman who's a friend or sister of them, and then some people who consider themselves investigative reporters that play around on YouTube. So Candace has picked up strangers, put them in a car with she and her friends and children. They all went swimming. One thing we do know about Candace, she likes water, but yet you don't see her in the water. Don't you find that interesting? Picks up a stranger to go fishing. Allie says she bought him all types of stuff. Why did she do that? Why did she pick up a stranger with eyewitnesses? If you're going to pick up strange men, why do it in the company of other people that can attest that you did it? I find it very odd that you would do that in front of other people that can go back and repeat it. So now it's been repeated. So this is why I told you all there are probably lots of people that Candace Bly and Donna Wells have come in contact with that you don't know of. They haven't made it to YouTube, and they haven't spoken up to YouTubers or law enforcement. So you can only imagine what actually went on in the house on 110 Ben Circle Way. Probably a lot of shenanigans, probably a lot of trafficking from random strangers in and around the Beach Creek Community, Kingsport, Rogersville. You're probably never going to know the gist of all the people that traffic up there. But the one thing I don't believe is that any of these random people kidnapped a little girl until there's a receipt to show that somebody came up there and stole the child, kidnapped the child, lured the child. I'm going to put all my money in the pot that this is a Candace Bly, Donna Wells, and Grandis discardment of a child. And that's my personal opinion. A lot of yapping going on in this conversation out in the cold. But in the end, where is Summer Wells? That part.
30s.
You know any other times? Any other times?
Yeah, with her boyfriend.
With your boyfriend? Jose. Oh, Jose was your ex-boyfriend. We've heard about that guy's name. Jose. Is that the one where Candace or Don threatened and then
Yeah.
Oh, that's your ex-boyfriend?
Well, see, he came up with Hunter's father, so they were all going to stay up in Candace.
And me and him, we're started clicking in.
So what?
Wait a minute, and they got
And we got together, so Candace was drunk and jealous and started being all over him. I'm like, you know what? No, you and her had.
Want to watch Meerkats without the ads?
All right. That was a good intermission. Time for the intermission break. The infamous Jose has finally come forward to give his rendition of his life on the Mount with these said people. You're entitled to believe whatever he said, didn't say. Here you hear Allie at Mark 2409 give her testimony pertaining to her relationship with Jose, that Candace was coming on to him, and that is what caused the rift between she and Candace, alongside the fact that she was stealing money from Allie. Very interesting information. 1 second. I'm trying to drop this link for anybody else that wants to come up before I depart, playing all the rest of this commentary. It's a bit winded only because I'm breaking up each commentary as I go along. Because if I let it play all the way through, I won't remember everything I need to ask or mention that I think is relevant to this commentary. And I thank you all for joining me. Chat members, mods, and new subs. Thank you all so much. Hit the link if you want to join the panel before I check out of here and play the last few minutes of this commentary. This is where Allie is speaking of Jose, who has now come forward to tell us about Summer Wells and whatever else hell he wants to divulge to the public.
You come home and His Royal Highness stayed up there with your kids. Yes. She wanted to bring the kids back.
Sheriff. Yeah, I had to call the sheriff's department to go and get my kids because that morning she threatened to blow my head off.
Candace did?
Yeah.
She threatened to blow your head off?
Because I told her mother came in and she had to bring me to work. Candace and her mom got in an argument over Jose.
Because Candace's mother wanted Jose
Because
too.
Candace's mom wanted Jose. Yes. And he politely told her.
Okay, so here we hear once again. Allie doesn't have a car. She needs to go to work. Granny's going to give her a ride. Candace and Grandace are arguing over Jose. I will say in the beginning of this story, I never believed that Grandace liked him because I never had a receipt. It was just he said, she said, Allie. I never watched any of Allie's commentary, so that's why I never listened to any of this BS. Now I'm hearing it again out of her mouth that Grandace and Candy were arguing over her alleged man. This is absolutely ridiculous, and I'm going to go back to what I've been saying. What in the fuck does this have to do with Summer Wells? All this chit-chatting, chattering of who shot JR, where is Sue Ellen, where is Bubba Jack, where is Summer? All of this yapping of who did what to whom, who's mad at whomever, who stole my wallet, my money, who picked up a stranger at Piggly Wiggly, but nothing is about Summer Wells. It's absolutely pathetic. As the holler turns, times 20 on crack.
Where'd he go?
No. Oh my God.
Are you with Jose anymore?
Yeah.
What's Jose's last name?
I don't even remember.
Where's he from?
I don't even remember. We talked about this like a
So did you call the police here on them when she threatened to blow your head off, or did you call the
No,
police?
I went to work and I gave her till, I went to work and I gave her till 11 o'clock, gave her mom gas money to bring my kids back to my mother or my grandmother's. They didn't. And so all right, now we're gonna play. You wanna play games? I called Kingsport City Police Department. They told me I had to call Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Called Sullivan County. They told me I had to call Hawkins County. So I had to go meet Hawkins County up at the church. And they had to go up and get my mother and get kids.
So you did make a police report?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I don't know.
You called them?
Sullivan County.
Now she don't know if she filed a report about her own missing children. It's ridiculous.
September.
About a year ago.
Oh, a year ago.
Let me ask you, like you were just saying just a little bit ago that, you know, if your child is missing, you can be replacement. How often has Candace and Don went out searching for their daughter that you guys know about?
All I know is about the times, like, I know they were down here in the summertime frame.
Before she's addressing them about searching, Don and Candace searching for the children. I think everybody knows they never searched. But before that commentary, I find it strange that Allie don't know if she filed a report that this woman kept her kids. What I'd like to know is why would Candace try to keep Allie's children from her or whomever's children? Makes no sense, especially if you've been doing misdeeds with the kids, such as giving them alcohol and other said illegal items. These are the same people that people like to think wouldn't want the police involved in their business. So then why would they try to keep somebody's child or children hostage in their house? Or they didn't want the police to come to their house, knowing how they live, see how they're living. That might lead to them investigating them about their children, especially if these people have had any type of dealings with CPS at the time. Don't know. Very baffling information.
What do you mean?
He never had any pictures of her.
What, was she unattended or something?
No, they were walking in the frame and she was walking and she was walking out.
But how often have you heard of them actually going out, passing out flyers, asking finding out?
They never had time. They were holding a prayer vigil over here in the Boarding Park somewhere.
Yes.
Like once a week.
So we're up there at birthday party.
Okay, so they were just holding visuals. They weren't actually looking for her.
I haven't seen anything about them out here looking for that baby.
The night that.
What about the church they go to, that 7-day? Yeah, what about that 7-day Adventist
I don't
church?
know about that church. I don't
The
know.
night that she went missing, she called, Candace called me up about
So they weren't really
1
holding.
o'clock in the morning or something like
It
that.
seems like an
I said,
asshole.
Sherry, she's gone. I go,
It seems
what?
like an
What are you talking about, Candace? You're drunk. She goes, Summer's gone. She's missing when she walked out of the house. I said, what the hell?
She said she walked out of the house. Summer walked out of the house. Whoa! She didn't say somebody took her out of the house.
She said she walked out of the house.
She walked out of the house. That's what Candace told you that night, 1 in the morning. What else she said?
All right, here you hear Sherry, Allie's mom, telling this fella that the child walked out of the house. So which is it? Now that's another version. The child walked out of the house. TBI says the child was missing with a certain outfit on and no shoes, missing from the Beach Creek community. Candace says the child went missing inside of the house. So we have a dispatch call with Candace saying she took a run. That means she either walked off the property or she took herself off by car. She tells the news that the child went missing from inside. You have TBI saying the child was possibly outside with no shoes. That's version number 3. Now version number 4 is coming from Sherry that Summer Wells walked off. So which is it? You see, Candace Bly has changed her version to June 15th according to your speculations and ideologies and perceptions of June 15th. Anytime anyone says something that she knows will lead people to question June 15th, she changes the version. That's why she said in that interview she doesn't take walks because of bears, snakes, coyotes, blah, 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 because she obviously watched social media and saw that people were questioning how and why the child would have gotten out of the property and or abducted from the said location. She's woke. She's aware. She's been watching social media, she and Don Wells, and she has given you versions according to your own commentary on social media. And Sherry now in this commentary tells us that she told her, if you to believe this Sherry person, that Summer Wells walked off. And you got commentary from a Jose who allegedly stayed with these people for some time or period a year beforehand, that the child has wandered off down the driveway allegedly, and they've had to search for her to find her. What is the truth? Did the child periodically wander off the property onto the acreage of 110 Ben Hill Circle Way? Thank you for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans. If you want to donate to the channel, $DeGanji 129 Cash App. All super chats are welcome during the live. This is a comprehensive dive into the said gossip of he said, she said pertaining to this child, her parents, basically. Everybody giving a rendering pertaining to Summer Wells. Allegations of people turning on each other to give up information. People accusing Candace and Tim Mullins of giving up information, having information that they have. Do not know if that's a trick from BK. I brought you all that said information at the beginning of this video. You'll have to go back to the first few minutes because this is a very long live because I'm chopping up this said interview piece by piece. Thank you for joining me. Welcome all new subs. Amen.
That was about it because I hung up on her.
Yeah. So she said Summer walked out of the house.
Yes, she was. She was downstairs in the basement. She opened the door and he just walked out.
I asked him my son's birthday. That was you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
That was you.
Would you like to come on their channels and speak sometime and exchange information?
Oh, you know, we were told we're not even supposed to talk to you.
Really?
Oh.
Well,
It would be nice. Maybe once this all wraps up, you guys can, because you guys are victims.
You guys were really
Was
nice.
it all, and my statements were here?
Yeah.
do you expect it to be end soon?
No.
No, why?
Oh,
man, kids about
Ooh, sorry about that. Commercial break.
No, why?
They know where her body is, and if they don't let anybody up on the property, then that means she's probably she's up there. And they're trying to cover up where the bones are gone too, where there's nothing, you know.
No, I know they're
Watch
on
the
their
show.
property.
I know around their house.
I know last week,
They had
a search team up there for 2 or 3 days.
But was it on their property or was
I
it?
think it was by their.
Yeah, the brush, the high brush.
But it wasn't on their property because
No, it was by.
Like behind it, because they couldn't get people before.
because of that.
I have to
We're
say,
the river too or something.
yeah,
because I was ready, but I'll say, you seem to really, your intuition is on spot.
I'm like, I like the way you talk, I like the way you speak. It's very, there's no filter. What do you honestly think of the grandmother? Because the grandmother,
Sherry, before I can't sleep. I don't want it.
Did she give you a creepy vibe?
Yes, because she wanted Harry to be her daughter because her daughter was dead. She was trying to edge her away from me. Now, she's my oldest grandchild. And we've always been close. She did draw a wedge between me and Ellie, but I never,
It's Amish.
I was there for Ellie.
So let me ask you something. Do you think Don Wells went to work? Did he go to work that day?
No.
You don't know.
No, for sure.
She came here,
In the morning.
picked up Hunter about 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And these were her words. We're gonna go fishing. I want to take Summer fishing.
Not the boys.
Not the boys. No boys were with her.
Just the stupid grandmother.
Grandma's in the hospital because the boys were in Gatlinburg. The boys kicked her in her bed.
She had an iron knee or something. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
She had knee replacement.
A bum knee,
Yeah. And I'm like, it's just Hunter and Summer, What's gonna happen? They're going to a public place to go fishing. That's like his little sister. Just because me and Candace had issues.
Okay, before she gets in to tell you why she still let her son hang with her, she's saying she didn't think anything would happen. What was going to happen? It's a public place. He wanted to hang with her, Summer, and Candace. She's like a little sister to him, Summer. So she went ahead and let him go. But she's basically telling you this trip was to take the child and boy H fishing on June 15th.
Doesn't mean I'm gonna stop the kids from seeing one another.
Right.
It's stupid. So they dropped Hunter back off here at 2:30.
I think she says 2:30 they return.
Facing which way? This way. Interesting.
The way she always did.
like she owns the
At
road.
2:30.
2:30 p.m.
And that's
They
it.
made it back.
But you don't know. She never said that. You don't know if Don actually went to work every day or not.
What was your reaction when you found out Summer is officially missing?
I thought she was lying to me because I thought she was drunk. And I told her that. And she said,
I
no,
was at
she's
the
gone.
football field. I was at the football field. My phone was dead. It was in Leslie's bed charging. So my son called Leslie. I said, Mom's got to call Candace. Summer's missing. I said, stop playing with me. She's just unrelated. Get me to talk to her. And then, it's just like, so we got in the van after football practice. We went to the cookout. I was ordering everybody food. Got on my phone. Plain as day was an emergency child alert on Facebook from Hawkins County Emergency Services. I said, holy shit, she's really missing.
That's when you called me.
I called my mother. I said, check this. I said, Summer's missing.
And I said, no, you're bullshit.
I said, yeah, it's on Facebook. So then I hung up the phone with her.
Oh.
I called Candace.
Yeah.
She didn't answer. So I tried calling her on Facebook. No answer. Tried calling her on Snapchat. She didn't answer. Used my daughter's Snapchat. Didn't answer. Came here. She called us back. No shed tears, no nothing. I said, what's wrong? She goes, Summer's missing. I go, what do you mean?
Summer's gone.
Summer's gone. I said, what do you mean
I said-
Summer's gone? Like, I started interrogating. I said, what do you mean? I just seen you guys at 2:30 when you dropped Hunter off. What happened to you? Well, we came home and we planted flowers on the side of the house. And Mom was in her trailer. Summer wanted a piece of candy, so she went in Mom's trailer. Mom gave her a piece of candy. Summer wanted to go into the house and play with the boys. So I watched her go into the house, play with the boys. I went in the camper to fix Mom's bandage on her knee.
Then she went back
So
to
then
the
she went
house.
back, she goes, I went back over to the house, asked the boys if they seen Summer. They said she was downstairs in the basement playing. I said, you look in the basement. Yeah, I told her about it. I said, well, the door is shut. You open it. That door always stays shut.
Yeah.
And there used to be a couch up on it. She goes, she's gone. What do you mean she's gone?
What was her? What was she? Was she crying?
No. She didn't shed a tear.
No tears.
Not one tear.
No, she faced.
Was it hysterical?
No.
She called me on the phone. I
See Summer in the
saw her
car?
crying.
When I pulled up, yeah, she was
You saw her.
Yeah.
Was she alive?
She was sleeping, but it was hot out there.
She was sleeping.
They had the windows rolled up. It was hot.
The windows were rolled up, and I wanted to give her a hug.
So before we get into this, let's go here. Why would this woman? A lot to digest. No fishing pose. That's been asked by many people. I do believe this trip was orchestrated and boy H was used as a pawn because everything changed on this morning. First, it was a swim. It was a fishing hole. Excuse me. First, it was a fishing trip. Then it went from a fishing trip to a swim. You never heard boy H ever tell Chris Madonna that he saw fishing rods inside of the vehicle, back of the vehicle. So if I originally woke up wanting to take my child to to fish, excuse me, I keep messing it up. If I wanted to take her to fish, I would have had fishing rods inside of the car, SUV. So one could say it couldn't have been a fishing trip because you didn't have any fishing rods. The boy would have said, yeah, we had rods, but we didn't use them. We went swimming because that's all we could do. As I said, it leads me to believe this was orchestrated from the moment her foot touched the floor that morning. Was Candace's trip to the ER deliberate or orchestrated as well? That's one thing nobody's ever asked. Could it be that Candace is in on the scheme to get rid of the child, which I would hate to think a mother would conspire with her own child to kill the grandchild? But things have happened before. People have schemed and scammed together to get rid of people. Because one would have to say, did she wake up and plan it that day or beforehand and went ahead and used Candace's ER trip and invite boy H also as an outside witness to make the day seem innocent? Happenstance. Okay, so somebody's saying yes because she even said swimming was not planned. So therefore, nothing makes any sense then. Swimming wasn't planned, but fishing was planned, but there were no fishing rods. So now you know that these are lies. That's obvious. Because if she said that the swimming wasn't planned, then how was the fishing planned? And the boy never said he saw fishing rods. You never hear Candace talking about the fishing rods. You also never hear of Candace going in the water. You don't see any videos of her on the TikTok in the water. Yes, I'm sure all that will come to play. Who went where and who was really sick and what the doctor said. But that's the thing about a story, is it's just a version. And that's all the events of the 15th are. Somebody's version. One person talking over the other, such as Donald Wells. He was the ringleader to this masquerade, but yet he allegedly was not there. You also have this guy asking Allie, did they see Don go to work or hear that he went to work? They basically tell you no, they don't know anything about Don going to work or not going to work on the 15th.
So right there.
Is that suspicious to you?
I think so. Because, you had heard of secondary drowning.
Yeah.
Whenever she was my
Secondary drowning? Which is what, like,
where you fall so much water and later
She had a lot of outside people that she was cleaning.
Did Hunter say like anything was going on in the car? Like did you ask him? Like, was she alive? Was she awake?
He wasn't in the right state of mind when he came back, Ellie.
He wasn't awful.
No.
I asked him how it was. He said fine. And then I didn't know anything about the alcohol at that time. His girlfriend's mom picked him up about
3:30, 4 o'clock. And
So here we get a timeline of when the child left the house. Allie tells us he made it there about 2:30. Between 3:30 and 4, he got picked up by the girlfriend. Other people are saying that he had a doctor's appointment. So who took him to the appointment, since we now know Allie does not have a car? So possibly the girl's mother, the girlfriend's mother, took him to the doctor, if that is true. Did he go to a doctor's appointment? I do not know. You also hear Sherry mentioning secondary drowning, perhaps, as a cause of death of the child, if indeed the child is deceased. Just a lot of innuendos and speculations pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. Versions. Just versions. But we do get a timeline. 2:30, they made it back to the house. And the fact that the car windows were rolled up is very pivotal to this storyline. It is hot in Tennessee, June 15th. If you're the type that you don't like air conditioning, you would have had the windows down. Why were the windows rolled up when allegedly Allie said she went over to the car to try to get a hug from the child? But then others have disputed that that was not true, that she made that up, that she never left the porch or house to go see the child. I don't know what is the truth. I wasn't there. But as I believe from the source that I got information, that all these people were standing around conversing and talking between 2:45. I do believe that. I do believe Boy H went on the 15th. He was dropped off around this time frame, 2:30, 2:45, whatever. He was at his house. Candace did drop him off because I got information that there was a phone conversation with Boy H. So therefore, somebody heard the conversation and know that the boy was outside and these people were outside. But I do not know if Allie's telling the truth about walking over to the car and seeing the windows up. So now I have to ask, was grandma outside or looked out the window to see Candace outside with the windows rolled up? Very interesting information. And another thing that's now trickling down my brain cells is that in the beginning, when H told the story of her pulling up with the child on June 15th to his house, he said that she changed her clothes. So now you have to ask yourselves, why didn't she go back in to change the child's clothes when she pulled up and dropped off Boy H? Or was that mentioned? If anybody has that information, please put it in the chat. Thank you so much for joining me.
when she came back with him, she goes, I got something, what is that something? What he goes, Candace gave me alcohol. In those puff.
That day.
Yes.
Yes.
Puff bars.
Okay.
So here we hear Allie saying that when he got back, Boy H, he did admit to his mother that Candace gave him alcohol and puff bars.
Swimming hole?
I said, what?
What kind of alcohol?
Those twisted teas. What are puff bars?
Twisted tea.
They are in it too.
Why would she do that? Why not?
The kids all like it.
Right. Sharon says, why not? That's right. I always
So
tell you all that.
Is it possible Hunter was under the influence?
Yes. I believe so. I really do.
And really didn't know if Candace or if
She said that he was like himself. He was not himself. I knew something wrong. And he will not talk. He's scared shitless. Maybe they threatened him because I know them that threatened kids and they threatened migrants.
So why was the boy quiet when he came back? Is it because he was inebriated from the twisted tea and the smoking paraphernalia? Did he smoke something else that we don't know about or given something else? Is it because he saw something, he witnessed something that he's afraid to speak of? We later find out Candace does go back to his home to try to talk to him, to ask him what did he say to TBI. What was the real conversation between Boy H and Candace, I think on that Thursday? Was he intimidated or was he threatened by Candace Bly? What was said? This is very crazy information because in the end, you don't know what the hell the truth is. But then when I watch Boy H in the interview room, one could say that he didn't seem threatened by Candace because he freely talked to the interview room. Now, it was said that he did not want to give that interview by his father, Andrew. But what is the truth? Because if indeed he didn't want to talk, But he ended up talking because his mother, Allie, was there, and that was the only way he would talk. That was allegedly told by his father. Then this contradicts that he was scared when he got back on June 15th, because how would he be so comfortable to speak freely to the interview room with his mother or not if he was threatened or intimidated by Candace, Bly, or anybody from the Wells family? Stay woke.
Later on that night, Hunter shut down. And I didn't even know anything. And he had texted his girlfriend something. Her mom called me. I spazzed. Hunter was not himself. I called a friend of mine because Brittany was home. Yeah, she already come get me. Yep. Oh my God, even you're almost this year.
So now you hear Allie saying she spazzed out because her son texted the girlfriend something, and I don't know what was said, how her mother found out, whatever it is, because they're talking in code here. I don't understand what the hell's going on. What was said? What did H say to the girlfriend? For her mother to get the information to call Allie, and Allie said she spazzed out. Allie, what did you spazz out over? See, you all are talking in circles. This defeats the purpose of an interview if you're not going to say what it was that you saw or heard Allie said to the girlfriend. So this is what happens when people start repeating stuff. You don't know who said what, why. I'm lost.
And I said, what's wrong? You want to talk to me? You want to hug it? Nothing. He was just sitting there, rocking back and forth. My homegirl had a phone. And we had all we could do to get him out of that house, out of his room. And sit him at this table. I had to call the TBI back up.
Yeah, something happened. I think he sobered up or whatever.
So him rocking back and forth and her having to try to get him out of the room. I'm assuming this is after he finds out Summer Wells is missing. Is it because he just was in shock that the child was missing? Or is it because he saw or witnessed something that day, and then once he found out she was missing, it all sunk in? What are we saying? We don't know because we don't have Boy H to tell us what was on his mind June 15th, what he was thinking after he found out Summer Wells went missing, what really happened between conversations of he and the girlfriend, whatever she said to her mother, what was said. Or is it just the boy was concerned about a little girl who he was friends with, he liked, and he was just upset that he found out she was missing? Or two, something did happen that he noticed and he has not mentioned it in the interview room, and it sunk in once he found out the child was indeed missing.
Sobered up or whatever you want to call it, and you remember. Maybe she did drown there. Maybe she did.
He will not talk about it.
But he will not talk about it. He wasn't the same when he came back.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sherry's crying here. Looks like she's crying. That he was never the same when he came back. The grandmother is saying something to Allie, pointing her finger, saying Candace, pointing her finger.
Oh, the day after he was interrogated, we were interrogated by the TBI. Candace had a water shelter in the house. What's her grandma? Well, I'm in the bathroom, so I can't go to my son's rescue unless I take the toilet.
Download any video to watch anytime.
Sorry about that. Last minute commercial. Sorry about that, you guys. So Allie's inside a bathroom or something.
Take the toilet with me. And I said, Hunter, I'm like, who's here? He's like, Candace. Yeah. And by the time I got out here, they were already left. I said, what did she say to you? What did they say to you? They threatened me. He goes, no, Mom, it's good. He goes, all they did was ask me what I told the TBI because they said that I can tell them because they're the ones that sent me. I said, first of all, I don't think they're the ones that sent me here. I said, you're on a YouTube.
So here is Allie's in the restroom. Candace is there with whomever else, Candace. They're asking him about what did he say to TBI. So what did Candace say and Candace say to him? So he's telling his mother that it was nothing, that they just was asking him questions. So this is where I feel like maybe he wasn't threatened by Candace. That's why he ended up doing the interview with the interview room. I think if he feared for his safety, he would have gladly told his mother, hey, they threatened me. They said something out of the way to me, blah, blah, blah. Because the boy does seem to be able to talk and hold his own. But as I said, you're entitled to your interpretation. But why did Candace Bly go over to the house, she and Candace, to talk to him? And as Allie is starting to tell you in this commentary, I don't think they sent TBI over here to talk to you because you are in TikTok videos with her on the said day that the child goes missing. So they found out. And that's why I keep trying to tell everybody is that nobody knew anything about Boy H until Allie and Boy H came out on their own. TBI didn't tell you about Boy H. Don didn't tell you about Boy H. Candace didn't tell you about Boy H. Candace didn't tell you about Boy H. And yes, it was obvious when people started digging in her personal business. They saw Boy H in the videos and looked at the time stamp. So possibly that is how the rumor started to circulate. Oh, she had company that day on June 15th. But in the end, Boy H could have remained a mystery. You all helped the gossip alley by coming forward, because nobody had to ever know who he was or anything about him until you all came forward and spoke to the interview room. Can't go back.
I said here, I said, you're on YouTube in a TikTok video. It was a matter of time before they came and got you because I was calling myself. And so, hey, look, my son was with them that day. Like, he's the one that's in the TikTok video because everyone's questioning who's this boy that's in the TikTok video.
And they probably did threaten them because they threatened, we had an incident. I had an incident with him.
You had an incident with him?
Yeah. And CPS came and they came down and interrogated my young granddaughter. Matter of fact, Candace's mother wanted to take my oldest granddaughter outside. My oldest granddaughter flipped her wig and slammed the door, cussed her out.
Candace's
mother.
And
Candace, and she ran off, and she goes, well, your granddaughter ran off. And I said, she's fine, and she'll come back. I said, what'd you say to her? Well, she goes, I just said that, asked her what she said. I asked her what she said to CPS. I said, what do you mean? If you got nothing to hide, this is before even Summer came up missing. This had to deal with giving kids weed, because a phone call came in from CPS saying that I was giving the kids weed. My grandkids had no one to pay was kids. And so she came down to threaten my grandmother.
no, I get it. I don't blame you.
When they did this with her, before Summer even came up missing, I was really mad.
We've been going to restaurants. Everywhere we went, in City Hall, to Queen, everywhere. We were so happy too. And we thank people for having it. We were so appreciative. But the only time we were denied any sort of access was at the church.
Why at the church?
They saw us, and then they.
What was spots that Don Wells and Candace would frequent down here, like places?
Warriors Park.
Yeah.
You went down there. I mean, there's another one, Laurel.
Yeah.
One, but is there a story behind Sonic? Because someone keeps telling me to check out a person that works at Sonic. Oh, no. I don't know anybody. That's like what we're going to do. Oh, we want to.
So went from fishing to swimming.
Yeah. Because I guess her daughter wanted to go swimming because it was hot out.
She loved the water.
She was the one who got
And right where they usually go fishing, right where the kids would go swimming. They go swimming in this part, and then walk around the bank, and then go further.
down a little bit. When we went swimming with them one time, I didn't go in the water, but I taught my grandkids how to swim in tread water if they ever got out where it was too deep. This little girl went out deep, and I said, Candace, she's gonna go down the river and hurt. Oh no, she's okay.
She's fine. I'm gonna help her get fine.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta hold my hands. My hands are cold. My hands.
All right, that's the end of that said interview. Thank you all for joining me. Sorry it's winded, but I wanted to chop up everything instead of just letting everything play through and try to remember everything that was said that I felt was relevant to this commentary. I chose this title of my video for the obvious reasons. There are a lot of people who wanted to immerse themselves in this case pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells, who had no business intervening. Clowns jumping out of clown cars to get attention because they saw an opportunity by YouTubers to give the said information. But as I've said before, where were you people when the children needed a friend, a mentor, a role model? A lot of accusations of SA, weed, alcohol. You hear that near the end of this commentary. Something about their daughter being involved in the CPS allegation where Sherry was implicated as giving weed to the children, but they found out it was Don and Candy, blah, blah, blah. See, where I have the problem is, did you all ever file any claims against Don and Candace for any of these allegations of child molestation, alcohol, and weed in the time that you dealt with them? One thing I'm curious to know is this last allegation of the weed incident, how long ago did that take place? They said it was right before Summer went missing. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, what? See, what you have to ask yourself is, what makes no sense is, Sherry, you're sitting here saying you fell out with the woman. And I do believe you took pictures with Candace a few months before June 15th, because there's a picture of you and her at Chili's. And I do believe that's right before the girl went missing. If I'm wrong, I'll stand corrected. So what I have to ask myself, all these problems with these people, yet your daughter Allie kept hanging with her. You'd already told her how you felt about Candace. So I do believe you're the last one to hang with Candace Bly before Summer went missing. But you all still saw how they lived up on the mountain before June 15th, before March, April 2021. Why were you still in the company, Candace Bly? Why were you still allowing your children to hang around Candace Bly? Why would you allow your children to go hang out at 110 Ben Circle Way? Why would you still let Candace Bly come pick up your children? Although you say, I don't want to let my children be involved in my personal business or altercations with Candace Bly, it's not fair to the children. But in the end, you had a loyalty issue with Candace Bly, Allie. So possibly you should have used better judgment and not let your children hang in the company of Candace Bly. Because in the end, this is the reason why you've decided to talk to these YouTubers and give your rendition of your alleged relationship with her and of June 15th, what you think possibly happened to the child and your relationship, your child's relationship, boy H, with the said parties involved in the missing child. Had you used better discretion and cut Candace off, moved on, meaning no children being in her company, no phone calls, no access to your child, even telling your child something's happened between us. I prefer you do not talk to her, don't message her, she don't message you, and also tell Candace Bly, stay away from my children, don't call them, don't message them, nothing. Candace would have moved on and found another victim or pawn. But see, Candace is brighter than you all give her credit. She's a manipulator such as Donna Wells, so she knew how to manipulate the situation. She knew how to still continue to manipulate these people. That's how she was able to get in the fold to get boy H out of the house on June 15th. A lot of you are not woke. Queen woke. I've been about the best con artist known to man, so I know game. When I see it, I can smell it. See, a lot of you don't listen. You take what you want from the story and spin it into little tiny storylines because you don't listen. These people have been manipulating and conning before June 15th. before Summer Wells went missing, before 3 itty-bitty spotters went into the state's care. Exactly. Candace is street smart. Exactly. That's why she was able to get the boy out of the house. That is why I believe boy H is a pawn in the game. Because as you see in this commentary, you're still hearing about the word fishing, but no fishing posts. Swimming, but who was really swimming? Not Candace. Just her child and a 15-year-old boy. I believe he was used to be an eyewitness that the child was seen alive on the 15th. When did she plan this farce? I do not know, but I do believe it was a planned event to get rid of the child. Did she plan it the night before, 2 nights before, 5 nights before? I don't know. But the one thing I know about a planned murder is this. You can think of 1,000 things you're going to do and say, but you're not going to know how it's going to unfold until you actually commit the crime. You hear this in the commentary pertaining to Chris Watts, how he behaved thereafter when the police came to the house and was asking him questions. He was given over information, such as what Candace Bly has been doing. Stay woke. You see, I can play it out of my head 1,000 ways, what I'm going to say, what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to know how to do it until I actually do it. So I can stand in front of the mirror and rehearse every question I think law enforcement will ask me, what the public, the news will ask me, but it is not the same until I am asked the question. Stay woke. 50 ways to commit a murder and 100 ways to get caught. Role playing and actually playing the role are different. Candace had no idea where this would spin out to. She had not thoroughly thought out the plan of how she would react and behave after getting the child gone. That's the one thing that was not in her favor. She didn't plan it thoroughly. She did not cross all her T's and dot all of her I's. Because now the same people who were friendly with her have turned on her to come to social media to give their rendering of dealing with her. And other outside participants who have pretended to be her friends have also done the same. And that is the one thing Candace Bly did not bet on, is people talking. And it will possibly be the death of her when it is all said and done. And the one thing these people have not also betted on is if indeed there's an indictment for a murder of this child, the murder of this child, you all will have to go stand before the court and give your rendition of what happened in your dealings with Candace Bly and the child. So all this talking and chitter-chattering with YouTubers will possibly harm you more than help. Because in the end, the YouTubers will not be anywhere around when you're having to stand in a courtroom and be chopped into tiny pieces by the defense attorney and attorneys. Because anything you ever left out, misspoke in the deposition to law officials, it will be brought before you. And you'll have to explain why you said this and left this out and added this. You all have not been very bright. Because you're not thinking of the long haul, which is an arrest and a jury trial. And people chopping up things you said and didn't say. And your role in being friends with a woman who was nasty and allowing herself and husband to, A, allegedly molest children. 2, feed them alcohol, drugs. You stood idly by and stayed friends with her knowing these things. You stood idly by knowing her house was unkempt. You stood idly by knowing that her children were nasty, dirty, not fed. You still remained her friend. Why? If you don't live the same, you don't view life the same, why would you remain her friend? So to come out now and talk bad about her to a YouTuber or more is hypocritical, some would say. Because what people are going to say is, you didn't meet her all of one day and saw that she lived in a nasty house and cut her off. You did not cut off Candace Bly day one. You remained her friend when you saw that she was nasty, her children were nasty, alcohol, sexual abuse, all of it. Yes, dirty little secrets. You still remained her friend. So that means you are just as nasty and foul and vile and suspect and felonious as Candace Bly Wells and Donald Wells. You are no better than Candace Bly. And you are judged according to the company you keep, to the way you carry yourself, the people you sleep with, the people you date. People will judge you accordingly. And at some point, you cannot continue to make excuses for the company that you keep. You have to own your part. So you allowed your friend into the fold of your company when you knew she was picking up strange men at filling stations. And you still allowed yourself to be in her company. You still slept in her house, ate her food, drank with her, slept, all of that. You still brought your children around her, knowing she picked up strange men. Listen at what the fuck you're saying about your so-called friend. You stayed in the fold when she picked up a strange man and put him in the car with you and your kids and just said you swam with her and a strange man. And you got the nerve to run to YouTubers to say, this is what we know about Candace Bly. So when you throw a dagger at Candace Bly and Donald Wells, you take that same damn dagger and stick it in your own throat. You cannot bullshit bullshitter. You see, all of these people are evenly yoked. You can sit up and weigh it however you want. He's this, she's that. They're telling the truth, part truth. They're giving more information than what we ever known. But the one thing not one of these jokers can tell you is where is Summer Wells. You see, had any of you had any sense and couth about yourself, you wouldn't have a story to tell about Candace Bly or Donald Wells. You'd have a story to tell about hanging around decent people. And frankly, all of you are way too old to be hanging around street people unless you are a street person yourself. I have not heard one mention, now I'm going to get real ignorant right here. I haven't heard one person talk about going to the opera or going to the art museum or going to church and actually patronizing the church. Let the church say amen, amen. I haven't heard of anybody talking about anybody civilized with 2.5 cars, 2 dogs and a cat, $200, $300 home, Mercedes-Benz parked in the driveway, money in the bank account, stocks, bonds, 401k. See where I'm going? This is a hillbilly story. This is a ghetto ratchet story out of the holler, and it's despicable. And there are good people in all walks of life. Public housing, trailer parks, $1 million mansions, skyboxes. But this is not. This is another version of ghetto, street, ratchet people who have decided to turn to social media for 5 minutes of fame alongside the social media hags who are also of the same caliber as the people they are standing in front of with a broke down ass cell phone. You are the same. And that's why it's easy for you to hop on an airplane and fly to Rogersville and stand out in the fucking cold, half dressed, spinning a web alongside these street people. I said it. My name is Angela. Make sure you spell it correctly. Capital A, capital N, capital G, capital E, capital L, capital A. I said you are gator trash and you are fit to be tied. And that's why it is easy for you to sit up and spin long-winded yarns about Kingsport and Rogersville, Tennessee, because you are cut from the same cloth. Running out of breath to talk to some people who haven't even finished the fucking 10th grade. You are cut from the same cloth. You eat like them. You sleep like them. You are them. And that's why you're enamored to run out of breath to talk about gator trash. Nobody in this story ever cared about themselves. Stay woke. That's why they don't care about their children. That's why their children are wayward. That's why their children are running back and forth, getting in trouble with the law. That's why their children are in and out of juvenile facilities. 2 children out of one house in juvenile facilities. Stay woke. 1 child missing out of the holler. 3 boys now in state's care. I don't got to say nothing else. Now, who should be judging whom? I want to thank you for joining me. God bless all of you. Stay woke. Join me later to talk about the murder of Lorenzen Wright. Billy Ray Turner was found guilty of murder, the 1st degree in Memphis, Tennessee yesterday. Now, finally, his mother and family can get rest that all participants in the crime of her son have come to justice. Amen. God is good. Thank you for following the content. New subs, visitors, mods, thank you. If you want to donate to the channel and the Dreamer Everyday Shenanigans, $, Big Angie, 129 Cash App. All super chats are welcome during the live. Thank you all for your time. Sorry it went as long as it did, but I had to chop up a 40-minute video piece by piece as so you can hear all the said information. But I will advise some of you who are gullible and green, baby, find you something to do. We got a lot of cable stations. We've got Showtime, Stars, HBO. Spend that money on fiction that's well worth your time, not this BS pertaining to Summer Wells. It's boring, it's daunting, it's a waste of time, and it's also causing the queen to lose her voice. Stay woke. Know that everybody's not your friend, and everybody is not genuine. And I think that's obvious because that is the reason why Summer Wells is missing. There was no genuine love for her. There was no concern for her or her brothers. And there has been no genuine concern for those bringing you the said information pertaining to her disappearance. Just a bunch of ambulance chasers wanting to be seen. Painted pigs, posers, lizards, fly-by-nighters. Thank you for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans.